bought into the dreams they sold us. I am. All that really matters is all that matter to me. Why can't they let me be? They think I'm blind to the facts. I just don't use my eyes to see. I gave my life to God for free. So why would I compete with those that sold they soul for cheap? I hold this little piece of peace that kept me strong when I felt weak. Kept it solid with no leaks. In the belly of the beast, going head up with police. Being alone in these streets taught me shit that these books and going to school couldn't teach. We wolves, we ain't sheep. My past trauma was the chauffeur that drove me to drink. Raising my son, kicking the apple further from the tree. Got the tendency to do the most and say the least. Depressed, dealing with grief, still smiling, showing my teeth. You would think I'd be able to find some sort of relief on this journey to find myself through these valleys and peaks. Colorful memories fading like I stained them with bleach. Feeling so close to defeat from goals that I ain't reached. We bought into the dreams they sold us without receipts. Steady pointing the finger until I peaked the other three. It was me, that's what you call accountability. If it wasn't, why would I wear this hat half-baked near the beach?
Peace, peace. Peace, what's going on? You hear me?
Hello.
All right, that's what's up, man. Thank y'all for tuning in to UMECA. I want to give a big shout out to A1 and the whole Titan family for giving us this opportunity to be up here and basically share our information with you, what it is to be UMECA. But more importantly, today what we're going to be talking about is our Godetarian reset and what that means and how people can be a part of that. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Lord Banu, the shepherd of UMECA. And I want to pass the floor so my lovely co-host can introduce herself.
Love, I'm a rare. I am a sheep of UMECA, and I also am a partner in Divine Time with the Seven Sisters.
Indeed, indeed. But she's a wolf in sheep's clothing. You feel me? Ain't no sheeps in UMECA. You know, we all wolves over here. You know?
Right.
Indeed. So yeah, big shout out to A1. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Ill Doctrine, what's up, my boy? You already know how we rock. So yeah, let's get into it. So Godetarian, that is our definition for our live it, and that's the word we use for diet, because we're not trying to die, but we're trying to take in foods and different things that are productive to living. So that's why we call it a live it. And this reset will be our time of pause and reflection and getting back into alignment with ourselves, coming up to the new year that we have coming up in March. So Rare, if you wanted to share some more things about the reset and the live it and what it means to you.
The reset to me is more about, like you said, it's a holistic thing. It's about the mind, the body, and the spirit. It's just a sacred period where you can cleanse and realign your physical, your mental, and your spirit. It's like wholeness, coming back to wholeness, centering yourself back to oneness.
Indeed, indeed. And we all could use that, you know what I'm saying? Because life sometimes it get a little hectic, you know what I mean? And you could be all over the place and you're not intentional about the things you're taking into your body, whether it be your food or the music you're listening to or the content you're absorbing on social medias. So we wanted to use this time to pause and reflect and be more intentional with our actions and things that we're doing. So the reset will start on February 22nd. So that's 222. You know what I mean? And we thought that was a good number to be in alignment with the start. And just to get prepared. So Rare, if you want to give like a basic rundown of what the reset will pertain and the things that'll be involved with the reset.
Okay, so like you said, things are about intention. So when you look at the colors you wear, the things you say out your mouth, the thoughts that you think, you have to put intention behind them, and that's what helps you realign or align to a certain structure. During the reset, we do have specific colors that we would like to focus on, and that contribute with the type of energy you're wanting to pull in and push out. So I would like to advise that people don't wear restricting clothes, loud fabrics, anything that's too overstimulating, because we want to rest the mind, the body, and the spirit. So things that fabrics that are high in vibration, like cotton, linen, wool, is highly recommended. But the colors that are for the reset is like navy blue, indigo, kind of like this color I'm wearing right now. And it helps support your mental clarity and helps ground you and helps you surrender to stillness. And another color we was looking at was deep green. And the indigo is more like a full body set. It's recommended to wear like more of that. The green is more like a necklace, a bracelet, head wrap type of thing. And that helps ground you. It helps with nourishment and restoration. Another color was like a soft white and a cream, not like a bright white. Because like I said, overstimulation. A bright white is like overstimulating. It helps with clarity and cleansing. So the daily structure, you have a fasting window. When you arise and all the way until 2 p.m., this is when you fast from everything. We do know that some people might have more of a restriction or like something that they would have to do. So, we still want you to have to follow those things, but more in a cleansing way. Some of us out here just doing whatever. Like, for instance,
Can I add this too? I want to add this too. This reset is not about perfection and doing everything to the T. So as long as you're in alignment with producing a healthier environment and somewhat being in alignment with the reset as far as you can do. Like I know some people told me that they were breastfeeding, so this extensive period of fasting might not be beneficial for them. So there are other ways where you can incorporate these things into your lifestyle by still participating in the reset. And I continue where I didn't want to cut you off like that. And wait, let me shout out Ill Doctrine for the what you call those super chats or something. He said they say free your mind and your ass will follow. I say free your language and your mind will follow. Okay, yeah, I like that. But go on, rock out.
Okay, so like I said, from sunrise, whenever you rise up, to 2 p.m. If you can, like you said, we know that some people are doing certain things that require them to still have certain nourishment and things like that, but it's recommended for no water, no food, no social media, or any distraction of the sort, or negative music or mental consumption. This time is for reflection, meditation, prayer, journaling. It's just a period of rest where you come back to self and stillness, and breath work is highly recommended for this window. This window is for seeding. This is where your discipline comes into play, so you can develop that part of you.
And I want to make a suggestion too. Um, During this time of this restraint and fasting, I would say that you focus on what you're trying to get out of this reset, and and acknowledge what you're giving up to receive that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about being intentional. And the more you use this time to focus on that and to direct this practice of what we're doing, the more benefit we feel you will get out of that. So just using that time to reflect and be more intentional. So yeah, I just wanted to add that. You're doing great, Rare. Sorry for keep.
No, you could. That's why I love that. That's why I was saying it's the seeding window, because the seed you plant produce the type of fruit that you get. So that makes a lot of sense. We have a mental rule here when it comes to negative thoughts, and it's to basically get rid of it. But I do advise some individuals who have a consistent negative thought to maybe start journaling, because here in this time frame you can do the work to figure out where this thought is coming from. That's if it's consistent, like the same ones over and over again. But other than that, we would like you to reject the negative thoughts if you can, not to dwell and sit in them, because it's not gonna help you during this time. At 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. is the time where you can consume your nourishment. For us, we are looking at doing only fresh fruits and vegetables, tea and water. Vegetables are highly recommended because they give you the nutrients, the nutrients that you need. Fruits are more for like cleansing, and water helps you with building up your hydration. So we recommend that you actually take the time and eat slowly. I noticed that there are people who eat fast, and that is not recommended for your digestion. It doesn't help you digest your food properly. So when you eat slower, it's almost like communing with God. That's why we like to call it the Godetarian living. Chewing constantly.
Excuse. Now I wanted to back up a quick second and talk about the journaling and the calling out of the negative thoughts, and just acknowledging them, and just giving people like an idea of what that would look like. Like so all right, so let's say smoking weed is something that you want to refrain from in this fast. When the urge comes to smoke weed, we would suggest that you say aloud that I reject this urge, and I don't smoke weed anymore, or I'm in control of when I smoke weed, or even writing it down, you know what I'm saying? And continuously imprinting that into your subconscious mind through conscious intention. And yeah, I just wanted to add that part, and so that people would be more clear as far as what we mean by calling out these negative thoughts and ideas, and singling them out and rejecting them, because that's a big part of, because if you don't reject it, then you pretty much accept it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. All right. My bad, Rare. Go ahead. Sorry.
You don't gotta apologize. That's helpful. I actually can't do both right now. Since you listening, you're giving the extra oomph that I can't give.
Right. Okay.
And okay, well, I'm going back to the nourishment. When eating fruits, it's suggested not to eat fruits that don't mix. So sweet and acidic fruits don't go together. That's like a banana and an orange. I wouldn't recommend eating those together. It's going to cause your stomach to bloat, and you have digestion issues. So I would recommend doing like a big, or eating a lot of one fruit at the opening of this window, and then eating a big salad and having as much water as you can get. This is about honoring your body and not overwhelming. So I wouldn't recommend the overconsumption because you haven't ate. That's going to cause more, like I said, digestion issues.
Right. And I want to touch on something too, right? This is one of the reasons why we initiated this reset and the way we framed it. This idea originally, well, not originally came from that, but from witnessing the Ramadan in the past. I noticed that when it was time to eat, like I was just scarfing out, you know what I'm saying? And like I would wake up in the morning and like I don't mean to get a little too graphic, but like my bowel movements was heavy, you know what I'm saying? And it was like real like too much, you know what I'm saying? So like we wanted to come up with a way where it would be more advantageous to your body at the times when you eat, and then cut that off, and just to see how it feels. And another thing about the water, one thing that I would suggest, that when we are intaking the water, when this time period comes, that we speak life into the water. The water holds energy, and it when you take it into your body is majority water itself. So by speaking positivity and positive affirmations into the water that you're ingesting will help benefit the progress of this reset. So I want to touch on that. Go ahead, Arir. Sorry.
Thank you.
All
So after that, starting at 6, it's about reintegrating everything. But you're open to getting on social media with you still being able to discern what to consume. You still want to avoid negative things, negative posts, negative conversations, anything that can cause a negative backfire. Want you to consume consciously. No doom scrolling. Try not to doom scroll. If you are on social media, look for something where you can learn something, something that can help you grow. We do daily reflections, asking yourself certain questions to help you build better habits and a better schedule for yourself. So during this reset, we have devotions that we would like to do every day. Something that brings you back into alignment, helps you with intention and all of that. So we'd have one in the rising. You'd have one in the midday. Do you want me to go into that fully, or you just want me to?
You could give some examples, but I would say that if people to be involved with the reset, it will be like we have fill out, you know, a form, so that way they can receive information about going forward. So all of this information that we're giving today will be more, we will have more in-depth information in that. And also as well too, we will be on Sundays during the reset, we will be having calls, live calls on Google Meets, so that we can hold each other accountable and track progress, and just do this as a community. Because I know a lot of times big life changes and it feels like you're doing it by yourself. You know what I'm saying? And just having a support system where people that are like-minded and want the same things you want and are able to hold you accountable will be more beneficial. So we want to build a community around this, and just see who this is really for. And you know what I'm saying? Because it probably won't be for everybody, but we know that it's for somebody, and somebody out there needs this, just like we needed it. You know what I mean? So this is what it's about. But yeah, you can give some examples of these devotions. I don't think you should have to go all the way through all of them, but just some examples of what you mean. Great.
Okay. So in the rising, On a regular, I usually would rise up and speak an affirmation out of my sleep. This helps set the intention for my day. So the dawn devotion is about intention and alignment. This is the seed practice. Um, so that's what that one is about. The purpose is to establish spiritual authority over your day. It's to help you ground discipline before distraction and plant intentions during the fasting window. This is about being devoted to your willpower. So you'll say something um, slowly, you'll breathe, and you'll repeat it. That's what you'll do for the rising. For the midday devotion, it's about recentering yourself.
Give us an example. What does that look like?
Well, you don't have to move or get up yet, because I know that when you first rise up, you really shouldn't rush yourself. You should let yourself come back to center, come back to your body, and lay there. And you can touch your chest, you can touch your stomach, and you would take a couple of deep breaths in and out and repeat an affirmation. Like, you want me to give the affirmation as well?
Yeah, I'm saying I would love to see, you know what I'm saying? You do one real quick. You know what I mean? I don't mean to put you on the spot, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So you would wake up basically, and realize that you just woke up. Give yourself a second. You just lay there. You could put your hand on your chest. I usually do my chest and my womb area. And I just take a couple of deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. And usually mine is I rise up, this rising I rise up in a reality that's in alignment with my highest self, my highest timeline, my most disciplined self, in my most disciplined timeline, my most prosperity. I'm aligned with my manifestations, things like that. Is how you would do your rising. You don't want me to do that for everything. Well, you're not gonna have me do.
No. I'm just saying, like, I get it. So basically, when we wake up in the morning, when we wake up in the rising, we setting the tone for the day. You know what I'm saying? Just aligning your energy with the tone that you want to have for the day. Because we don't just want to have a good day. We want the day to have a good us as well. You feel me? So just putting that energy out there and just getting in alignment with that. And you know what I'm saying? Because that's when you're most vulnerable, when you wake up in the morning, you know what I'm saying? And you're most susceptible to things that might throw you off or get you on track. So we want to be intentional with getting on track. And that was a beautiful explanation and example of Rare. Thank you. You know, I couldn't have asked for more. You know?
Thank you. Okay, so sometime after that is the midday devotion. This is about recentering your breath. And it would be a grounding practice. So you pause anything that you're doing if you can. Because I know, some of us is out and about at work. It's a busy schedule. But give yourself a couple of minutes, about 3 to 5 minutes. Take a couple of inhales through your nose, exhale, soften yourself. Release all the tension that you're holding on to in your body. I notice people shoulders be up here and they don't even be aware. Your eyebrows. You said what?
I said my shoulders was up just now. I just was like, oh, when you said that, I was like, yeah.
Yeah. Soften up. I know for men specifically, y'all a little stiff, you know what I'm saying? So get a little more softness into you. Release all those things. We be clenching our jaws, teeth be like knuckling together. Just give yourself some type of relief, you know what I'm saying? Shake your body out. You can move around, jump up and down, just loosen up. That's what that one would be for. And remind yourself to return to yourself. I return to myself. This helps interrupt the autopilot that we be in throughout the day. It helps stabilizes the nervous system and preserves fasting discipline. This is devoted to balance.
Dig.
Um,
And
the
tell yourself you love yourself, man. You know what I mean? Because maybe a lot of people don't get told that they're loved a lot.
yeah,
You
give
know,
yourself a hug. Give yourself a hug, a squeeze. That'll help release a lot of that
I'm gonna give
stuff
myself a hug
pent up.
right now. Because I love myself. I love me. Ah,
It'll help release that pent up anger and resentment in your shoulders and your neck.
yeah, yeah.
So, you
I
got
feel good.
something you want to say before I go on?
No, you're doing great. I just want to say, you know what I mean, that everybody that's tapped in and listening in, we appreciate y'all for being here and, you know what I'm saying, taking this time out to hear us out about this reset, you know what I mean? And we just want to spread some love and positivity and alignment into the community with people that align with us, you know. So thank y'all for being here. We appreciate you. Big shout out to A1 and the Titans, you know what I'm saying, for giving us this space and opportunity to be able to express this, you know what I'm saying? A1, solid dude, solid brother, you know what I mean? And on that note, Rare, the floor is yours.
Love. Afternoon devotion. This is about your endurance. You check in to see if you're still going in the direction that you were intentionally going in when you started. It's about refinement. This is more for the late afternoon when your energy starts to dip. What you do is place both of your feet firmly on the ground and ground yourself. You can say out loud a challenge that happened today, and then you can say something that strengthens you.
What's one thing that you feel strengthens you?
It's one thing I feel that strengthens me. The constant love and support that I have around me on a daily basis brings me a lot of strength.
Mm, that's
I've
beautiful.
noticed I've noticed that people don't have the support that they need or the energy that they need to stay motivated and stay consistent and you know what I'm saying? So that gives me a lot of strength and it helps me with staying focused on what my purpose and my goal is.
Right. And on that note, I want to give one shout out to one of my biggest motivations and grounding. I don't even know what to call it, but just that keeps me grounded and motivated and started out this journey was, you know what I'm saying, the melanated women in my life. You know what I'm saying? That energy right there was what helped me turn my life around and made it even possible for me to go out on this journey. You know what I'm saying? So I want to send that shout out and thanks. And one of the most the strongest things that gives me strength in going forward is my uh idea that I project of the future. The way I see my life playing out and how I see the groundwork that we're laying down now manifesting is what gives me the strength to keep striving and keep going and to look adversity in the face and say that this is just a speed bump on this journey that I'm traveling that'll outlive me, you know. So I want to thank Rare for helping me lay down this groundwork and putting this in with me, putting this work in with me, and just being so dedicated. Like you're beautiful. I couldn't do this without you, and thank you. You know what I'm saying? So you're doing great. Sorry for interrupting.
Much love. Um, the purpose of this is to build patience and endurance. It's to help sharpen the mental discipline. It reinforces the rejection of negativity. This devotion is of perseverance. The sunset devotion is at sunset. This is about gratitude and release. This is a mercy practice. You take a couple of breaths in and you'd name one thing you're grateful for and one thing that you release. And then you'll speak an affirmation for gratitude and releasing. The purpose of this is to soften the nervous system and the transition, help soften the transition from fasting to nourishment and release tension. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It helps honor mercy over urgency. So this devotion is of mercy. So you got something you want to
add? No, you're doing great. We can move on to the next part, and you know what I'm saying, I'll add in when I can.
Okay. Your nighttime devotion. This is before you go to bed. It's about integration into surrender. This is for rest. What you'll do is you'll lie down or you'll sit down, one hand on your heart, and you'll review your day without judgment. No, oh, I didn't accomplish this. I didn't get this done. I ate this. I ate in this time frame. I didn't get to do this practice. I didn't slow down. You review your day to be a better you tomorrow.
Nice. And I did want to say one thing now. It's 11:11 out here in Memphis. Shout out. Got it.
And you'll release that, and you'll basically say that you're going to rest in alignment with what your intentions and purpose is for this reset. It helps integrate lessons, clear mental residue, and return your spirit to rest. This devotion is of surrender. This is an act of remembrance, and it's not divided by obligation, but awareness and for a conscious return. So the reset, you got something you want to say before I go on?
No, I just wanted to make sure. Now, how many devotions was that?
5.
Five
devotions a day.
5 a day. So then this is those are basically like just accepting and giving intentional expressions outward from what's going on inside, right?
Basically, it's like a
Forms
overview of self.
An overview of self. Okay, I like that. Okay.
So the reset lasts for a month. That is how long we are. Huh?
You said 4 months. I'm about to say I don't know if I got that.
For a month.
All right.
So there's a focus for each week. So while you are doing your devotions, you can actually add those in, the focus for the week into that. It carries something. It carries inner training. It allows discipline to mature into embodiment, and rather than trying to force yourself. Week 1 is a reactive week. This is about awareness and interruption. What you do is you're focusing on catching reactions. It's about seeing clearly. Practices do include observing when and how negative reactions arise, aiming to notice triggers that causes outbursts or different types of negative emotions.
I think this week gonna be big. That first week is gonna be big for me because I'm real easy to rage bait. Cause like, what is you talking about? And who is you talking to? Like, you feel me? But that's what I need to work on. You feel me? Like, cause I'll be crashing out. They say I'll be crashing out in the back chats, but I don't know. But I'm gonna need to figure out why and what is. You know what I'm saying? Getting to that point, like who do these people be talking to? Type. But go ahead. Week 1 is gonna be a good one for me. I'm gonna just say that.
This is where you can apply your mental discipline.
This still week 1, right?
Yes, still week 1.
Okay.
It's about witnessing before you respond, thinking before you speak. It trains your conscious interruptions. Week 2 is about regulation. It's about stability and feeling safe within yourself. It helps. This week is about nervous system regulation, helps restoring internal safety. You want to basically do an ample amount of breath work, breath regulation. Take longer pauses to just sit and observe. Like I said, we like on this wheel where we're constantly moving and going and going and going. So during this week, we want you to be more aware of that and to catch yourself when you feel like you're doing something that you're putting a whole lot more energy into than you have to. And just take a pause and break and a break. It's about but
And I was going to add on to that. One of the things that, like I said before, like I'm easy to get to here, but one of the things that get me back down to here is just I learned this breathing technique, right? It's just to just breathe from your nose, right, in and out. But instead of breathing out and having your chest come out, when you take that inhale, have your stomach come out and then release from your stomach. That's actually how babies breathe. And that's how we come into this world breathing. But through going through it, we become less intentional in our breathing, and we don't even think about breathing, you know what I'm saying, or notice how we're breathing. So that's just something intentional we could do, to just 3 or 4 deep breaths like that, you know what I'm saying, and just it'll bring you right back. No, like, you don't have to be real auditory with it, but just a nice breath, you know what I mean? So just a technique, you know what I'm saying? We'll be going over more when we have our calls, and for people that sign up through the form that we got, and that'll be in the chat. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on that. Rare, you what? Go ahead.
I'm happy y'all are doing this because I think this is definitely heavily needed. It's reminding me that it's something that I need to do more often. It's to center myself and reset myself throughout the day, because I deal with, I don't know, it's like it's a lot of negativity around me sometimes, and I'm trying to not absorb it and become it. But I don't know, in my mind I can do it. Like, I got a invisible shield around me, but it don't work like that. Like, we are products of our environment. Our environment affects us deeply. And it's just no way around it.
And that's kind of why we're doing this, to build that community, so you don't feel alone in doing that work and feel like, you know what I mean? Like, fuck it, I'll get around to it later. You know what I'm saying? But you got something, you know what I mean? You could tap in. And that's why we want to share the link, so we all could, you know what I mean? You might could hit somebody up from the group and be like, hey, man, I wasn't feeling it today.
I was about to say, we could create a chat for that specific thing where people can reach out during their day. And that'll help with being consistent and pausing and that reaction that we're talking about. But I kind of wanted to touch on what you were saying about the breath. I noticed I was making a face.
I see.
But babies breathe like that because we're supposed to naturally breathe like that. That is how you get the ample amount of breath you're supposed to get. You're supposed to breathe in through your diaphragm first and fill your lung completely up to the top of your chest. So it's in through your stomach, it comes out, and then your chest puffs out as well. That is how you're supposed to breathe on a daily basis.
Right. But that intentional first step, right, is what would get them into the practice of breathing like that all day. You feel me? Because I'm still trying to work that into my daily breathing. I'll catch myself and be like, oh shit, I'm breathing out. You know what I mean?
No, I got you. No, I respect what you're doing. Give people the baby steps and try to pile everything on at once. But I'm just making sure that people know that is how you're supposed to breathe.
Right.
That's how you get your cells to vibrate faster in your vessel. This week builds intentional steadiness.
Wait, what week we on? 2 or 3? 3, right?
We was on 2.
We still on week 2. Okay.
We're getting out of week 2 now.
All right.
Week 3 is acceptance week. This is about surrendering, and it's about truth. Your focus is to accept what you cannot change. It's about releasing resistance. We want you to identify internal patterns that resist reality, name external circumstances beyond your control. Practice releasing during sunset and your night devotions. That helps in those windows. Like I said, it kind of aligns with what we're already doing. But that week is about cultivating peace through surrendering. You got something you want to add before I go to the last week?
Yeah. Surrender and sacrifice. That's what this whole thing is about. You know what I'm saying? Giving an offering, and that offering being yourself, and you know what I'm saying? Just surrendering to something that's greater than you, or even something that you don't understand, in order to gain things that you need in your life. So when we even look at the Bible and certain things like that, God made a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? He sacrificed his son. You know what I mean? So the least we can do is sacrifice portions of our month, you feel me, to get in alignment with the things that we need. Not trying to make this like a religious thing or anything like that, but just to show assimilation, or it's a parallel between the two. You know what I'm saying? With sacrifice and submitting to the things that you want in your life, and to be able to produce in your life. So yeah, that's what I. And I want to tell A1 too, yo. I would love it if during like some of these Sunday calls or group chat meetings, if you could get your dad involved in that. You know what I'm saying? Because an actual professional in that setting would be beneficial to add some techniques and some insight on what we got going on. So if you could pass that on and see if that could be something that could happen, that'd be greatly appreciated, you know.
Definitely, I'm gonna send them this episode right now and shoot them a text. I got you.
Appreciate you, God. A rare.
Okay, so week 4, the last week, is about self-care, self-love, self-nourishment, self-integration. It is about holistic self-love, just loving yourself down.
Pause.
So what you'd focus on is expanding your self-care rituals. If you get up in the rising and say you brush your teeth and wash your face, do it with intention. Look at yourself as the most high vibrating entity being out here. As you're brushing your teeth, imagine your teeth being as bright as the sun. I don't know, not that color, but you know what I'm saying, like
yeah, you look like, damn, I look good today. You know what I'm saying? Woo!
Right. Do it with intention. Take your shower with intention. Being there singing and loving on yourself. When you're using your washcloth, the soap, imagine you being absolutely beautiful.
Washing off any negativity, or like, just, you know what I'm saying? And another thing too we want to focus on in this reset is visualizations. You know what I'm saying? Projecting images of yourself where you want to be, and having that feeling of already being there. You know what I'm saying? So like in these moments where you get admiring yourself and seeing the beauty in you, also see yourself in spaces where you would feel that energy, or where you want to strive to be, whether it's at your job or with your family, or relationships that you're building, whatever it is. Just visualize that that place where you want to be, and don't dwell on where you're at and feel it in a state of lack. So just feeling like you're already there. You know what I'm saying? And projecting that outward. So like, even if you're taking a shower, it might be, I got this from you, Rare. You under a waterfall. You know what I'm saying? It might be you or Sky who is bringing this up in the visualization, but you're under a waterfall and washing off any negativity and self-doubt. And once that soap is being rinsed off you, you just anew and shining and just like, you know what I mean? So yeah, things like that. It'll make you feel 10 times better. And like, you know what I'm saying? Won't nobody be able to tell you nothing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Good thing. Good things.
Thank you. It's about being kind to yourself as well. You know, saying kind words to yourself consistently. Like, you know, I'm the bomb.com. You know, stuff like
You just dated yourself, but all right. Go on. Go ahead.
I was being funny, yo. Chill out.
I like to use this spot. This is one of my favorites. I was like, yo, I'm littered in cat shit right now. You know what I'm saying? Litter, the cat. That's what I'm about. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely get that one.
I wouldn't suggest bomb.com, but if that's what
Chill
you
out. Just chill. Yeah, just being kind to yourself. I'm beautiful. I'm powerful. I know people like power. I'm abundant. I'm prosperous. And as you're saying it, like you said, visualization is one of the biggest things, especially for a divine time with the Seven Sisters. That's our main focus. So when you're saying your affirmations to yourself or giving yourself those kind of words, envision it. See it happening. If you are saying I'm full of prosperity, imagine like gold light just sprinkling over you as you walk around all day long type of thing. Like that'll actually intentionally bring that energy into your realm.
What I do, or I'll give y'all another something that I do. You know what I'm saying? I visualize that there is a band behind me playing my theme music anywhere I go. So it's just like when I open the door, they bumping them tunes that's, you know what I'm saying, getting me in tune. You know what I'm saying? So I got that. But that's just something I use. Y'all free to use it as well too, or create your own. But yeah, I just wanted to share. You know what I mean? So go ahead, Eric.
That make a lot of sense.
What you mean? That's how I act. Like I got a band play about that.
Yes. Okay, this last week is about anchoring your devotions through compassion. The core principles of this reset is about discipline over desire, clarity over comfort, nourishment over gluttony, awareness over autopilot. The body resets through fasting, the mind resets through rejection of negativity, and the spirit resets through intention and alignment. Yeah. And then we have a closing declaration, but I'd rather y'all get that information when you fill out the form and you know,
Join the reset. And in this reset too, we have other practitioners that have areas of expertise. One of the brothers, shout out to All Mel. He couldn't be here today through some technical difficulties, but yeah, the brother does some dope work with parasites and cleansing and things like that. So that would be some of the topics that we'll be going over in some of those calls, and a lot of different work with breath and being in alignment and cleansing and diet. So people that are culinary practitioners who could prescribe different recipes and different things like that to help promote and keep you in a diet, or like the live it, excuse me. Yeah, and we just wanted everybody to know that there will be other aspects of the live it that we will be participating in those calls and in those lives. Like we might even do some stretching, have some different practitioners that do different things. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on that. And yeah.
Yeah, I'm finished. That was all of the living.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what we will be doing for this month coming up, starting on the 22nd of February, 222. So I guess right now we could open up the send the link in the chat and open up the stage for people to come on and ask some questions and just build with us, I guess. Is the link in the chat for people to come on? all right. I'll mail that. I'll mail in the chat. All right, peace, God. We're gonna put the link in the chat to see if you could pull up. Is it in the chat already, or can I post it? How I put the link in the chat? A1 frequency shift. I agree, but yeah, and from who?
Oh, I can't answer that question then.
Who are you? Wait, Sim, what are we tuning in to hear? And from who?
And please don't say so.
And please don't say from ourselves. Well, who else you trying to talk to? It's all about you. You know what I'm saying?
It's definitely all about you.
If you have a religious belief or a practice that you follow, this is not to abandon that and you know what I'm saying, to pick up a new religious belief. You can hold your religious belief. If you believe in Jesus, you could talk to him and hear from him, or whoever it is. You know what I'm saying? It's not about that. This is about just like we said, tapping into self and what you want, and just sacrificing the things that we do on a regular basis to receive the things that you want. So yeah, have a conversation with yourself. I'm not here, but the best thing I could offer you, you know. Yeah, but how is the link in the chat for people to come up? They could come up here and chop it up, long as y'all ain't on no bull. But even if y'all is on some bullshit, pull up. It's in the chat already. A1.
Yeah, but I'm posting it again for you.
Okay, word. Yeah, hopefully our Mel could pull up if he in the chat. He see the link. Hopefully, the link will let him come up. Yeah. And hold on, the dollar sign thing of the way that. Have a good day. Okay, it's fire. And marching band behind you. Give hella many gems, Gemini. Pull up, bro. Like, can you hit the link? We definitely want to introduce you to the people. You know what I'm saying? And express your views on the live it and the reset that will be jumping off. Oh, my bad, y'all. I gotta keep my head on the swivel out here. But yeah. Rare, you got any questions for me, or you know what I'm saying, or anything about the
questions
while we just up here, or anything you want to discuss or tap into while we up here, while we waiting to see if anybody gonna pull up on us?
No, I think you gave a lot of detail for it, for the live it. So
I got a question.
You got a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
What would be some of the things that we'll be discussing in the chats on Sundays? Like, what would that look like?
Well, the chat is about, like you said, support and keeping people accountable. But I think the main focus is to give that support and to staying consistent. Like, that's why we do a lot of grounding and basically looking at our day again at the end of every day, so that you don't feel discouragement or judge yourself, and you give yourself basically with, just being
Oh,
consistent.
you cut out at the most important part. Can you say it again?
Oh shoot, what part was that?
I missed it.
The part that was, like I said, it's about giving yourself grace. Give yourself some grace. The chat is to help you do that with yourself, so you don't feel like you're the only one who might have slipped up in something that, expecting yourself to be perfect, like you said in the beginning.
Mhm.
It's not about perfection. It's about creating little habits to help you change in a bigger way, more
Did I
holistic. Huh?
did I add all Mel to the stage? Oh, here we
Let's
go.
see. Oh, nice.
He up there?
Yep.
Oh, Melly.
Yep.
Peace, God.
Peace to the gods,
Love.
goddesses.
Indeed, man. Pleasure to have you. Introduce yourself to the people, man.
Okay, my name All Mel. I'm a certified herbalist, spiritual advisor, parasitologist. I just I'm into the mysteries of life, truth seeker, and I'm just here to assist people finding their purpose or furthering their purpose if they done completed a mission and just confused. So yeah, I'm in a sauna right now, so I'm doing that breath work y'all was talking about earlier.
Indeed. What do you plan on getting or receiving or from this reset or what are some things that you want to sacrifice or submit to, or just give us an overview on what you feel about the reset.
All right. So I'm sacrificing my my heavy indulgence of cannabis, which has been it done helped me with my ascension process, but it's a balance, right? So I'm definitely over past due, so that's gonna be my biggest sacrifice, which is a good thing because cannabis helped me be able to handle humans better, but it also gives me two stomachs, and I overindulge in food that I know I should be staying away from. So, and if I don't consume cannabis, I basically just want to eat nothing but fruit and vegetables naturally. So I know that I'm gonna get back to that point, and just doing that is gonna remove a lot of stale energy in me and create space for me to bring in my desires faster.
Indeed. I notice too, like when I do take moments to stay away from weed and stop consuming so much weed, that I can hold on some weight more. You know what I'm saying? My weight stick to me and I gain some more weight. But like when I'm smoking, like it's like I can't gain no weight no matter how much I eat. You know what I mean? So
And
that's
that's the total polar opposite of me. I won't eat no food if I don't smoke, but if I eat, yeah, it's big. Yeah, that's funny.
hmm So yeah, so that's definitely a big thing I've been on. Go ahead, Ray.
That is crazy because when I used to smoke, it made me more conscious of what I was doing. It like caused me to be more judgmental of the things that I knew I wasn't supposed to be doing.
Paranoia.
I gain a
That's what that
healthy
is.
sense of paranoia, very healthy sense of paranoia, which keeps me more in an introverted environment.
hmm
So I know if I don't smoke, I'm gonna be out there in front of people and their faces more for sure.
Indeed, that's what's up.
Which I need to be doing. I can't be out here having a savior complex, but be introverted.
Now let me ask you, right? Through this reset, do you think it will be beneficial for regulating parasitic influences?
That's a fact. I think you should create a healthy structure in your mental capacity because the mental parasites is worse than the physical parasites. So being able to catch programs that's been running in your system that doesn't serve you, this would be a best time to do it in a reset because you're going to be more internal. So definitely listen to yourself more in those programs that's running. Catch them and see if they still useful, because when you gained them, they probably was in that present moment, but you probably don't need them no more, and they just create adverse effects in your
Mhm.
yeah. And I would definitely be taking, if in this time I would definitely be doing some type of parasitic herbal protocol.
Mhm.
And if y'all need that, I got it all blended up, different type of parasite eliminators, different compounds, different ways to get to them. And
One thing that parse out. But I was gonna say one thing that you did put me up on is so like this reset, how I look at it, but I don't want to get into those terminologies and those things, but I look at it as an exorcism. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
And getting foreign entities out of the body and out of the mind. And one of the things you put me up on is when I was diving into research on exorcisms and the process of becoming an exorcist, the certain herbs and like nuts and things like that were suggested and coming up with these things, and when you actually saw me one day with these things, and you was like, yo, what you doing, the parasite cleanse? And I was like, why you ask that? And you're like, yo, because those are the same herbs I use for the parasite cleanse. And that helped me make that connection, like, all right, well, so these things that they exercise, it must be parasites. Like, this it's the same, it's a connection between them, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was dope, that, you know what I'm saying? And I want to use this time to, like, pretty much exercise negative influences that we have in our life, whether it be through our diets or our just our everyday life and things that we surround ourselves with. But we got a question on the screen. What it say?
What, in your point of view, what is God? What is a God?
What is a God? From my point of view, a God is whatever you create it to be. The term, the word is pretty constricting. And that's why one thing too that we are doing it in UMECA is creating a language of words that are advantageous to our experience and our reality. A lot of times English and the languages that we're using are keeping us constricted to a worldview that doesn't represent our inner workings. So being stripped of our language, our native languages and our tongues, it kind of restricts us to a worldview, and your worldview is what pretty much creates your reality. You know what I'm saying? Because through your specific worldview, you will accept or deny or notice or be ignorant to certain things that other people might not be ignorant to or have the ability to observe because of their worldview. So just working through that and changing that. So a God, to me, in the sense of the word being used, is just an identity that is given to certain attributes that have dominance over life as we know it.
Can
Go ahead.
I chime in? Godetarian, right? When you look at diets or livids, we tend to use that Atarian at the end, vegetarian. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a religious thing. It's like you said, it's a livid. It's a way to live your life. And one thing, how I look at that is to commune with God, to live and be as your higher self. That's what I look at as God. That's personal. You said point of view, personal point of view. So my point of view of God is a higher state of being.
Okay, can I add in?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
My POV will be anything that can generate, operate, and destroy, and do that into infinity without complaining, without being attached to it.
That's fine.
And that would be the acronym of God: generate, operate, destroy. So anything that could do that, I deem as a God.
You look at the term God and really look into where it came from. We change a lot of things, but since it's utilized in society in the way that it's utilized, that's why we utilized it in this way.
So he said he has his God a man. I don't think that's what anybody was saying. I think that I think I was saying that it's pretty much a concept that man creates through the term that we use in God. So yeah, hey bro,
it's a way of being to me. It's a way of being, things that you utilize, like you said, to reach a certain state of consciousness. To me, in thinking about God, is a consciousness. It's a higher, extremely high level of consciousness.
So I'll break it down like this, right? Different religions and different sects within religions have different concepts of God, and that concept of God determines the way that God rules over their life. So you might have people that serve a jealous God and a you know what I'm saying, a vengeful God. So they're in a constant state of, I would say, like a fear to please that God. And then some people serve a fruitful God who gives you, provides everything that you need. You know what I'm saying? So man creates the concept of God that he serves. God is forever there, like, you know what I'm saying, like Mel said, infinite. You know what I'm saying? So there, and it's a lot of things that we're experiencing that we can't define or we can't possibly fathom. You feel me? And we're just stuck with our interpretation from the experiences that we have here on this
God is within you. If that's what he's asking, you carry God within yourself.
Yeah.
And to add on what he said about, it's some things we can't even fathom, and I feel it's like that because we in the body, and the body has a personality. Because my understanding of personality is it's a percentage of light that you put in the body. Because we put a certain percentage of light in this body, we only have a level of expansion we could reach. So we can't even touch everything that we already know in this body.
Yeah, I would ask the brother that's asking these questions in the comments. Are you considering participating in the reset, or are these questions leading to some understanding? Are they aimed to find understanding to participate, or just a general questions? But yeah, so when he get around to it, but yeah, it's extra dope, man. Yeah, I appreciate y'all for both pulling up, and you know what I'm saying, we got it going. Like, Mel, you got any questions or comments or anything you want to add to the bill?
You seen this comment? I'm sorry. Pardon me. I apologize.
What one?
This one comment. It said, "Can y'all show us a spirit, please?"
I had seen that earlier, but I ignored it, man. I was like, what?
They said a spirit.
Yeah, show them a spirit.
You show them a spirit.
I can say this for me personally, like, spirit means breath. So, and to be spiritual to me is to be the master of breathing. So if you want to see spirit, just look at your breath, blow it on the mirror. And if you see that fog, that's spirit right there. That's an indication spirit is amongst you. As soon as you see breath.
I would ask them what would be their purpose of wanting to see a spirit. Like, what are they gonna do with it?
Maybe it's a thing.
They piggybacking from what she was saying, that we need to be more intentional with our breathing. So when they said I want to see spirit, they really going back to that. They want to see themselves master breath. So I guess we need to start teaching them practical things of breathing, different ways of breathing, like the lion's breath, the 4-second hold, all that.
I like that. He said, I don't think the reset can be ducked. I just think people will participate intentionally, either knowingly or unknowingly. Well, I think the point of the reset is to be intentional in knowing. You know what I'm saying? We already are doing things unknowingly. You know what I'm saying? Or unknowingly not doing things that would be beneficial to us moving forward. So I think the reset is an intentional look inward at what our needs, desires, and ways we can give up certain things that we don't need, that we are overindulging on, to receive those things that we do need, if that makes sense.
Can I add on?
Yes, sir. That's why you're here, brother.
Like you said, we on our path already unknowingly. But if you choose to be aware on your path and do things with attention, you gain more victory points on your path. So then when you leave here to reset again, if you choose to come back, you come back with more points to have more material things on you before you even start the game. It's just like a video game. You could beat the game real simple, or you could beat the game and stop and do every task and mission and gain points on your way. So being attention will just gain you more victory points for your next endeavors.
Somebody used to say that about me. They be like, "Yo, you on mad side missions, bro."
Well,
that's beautiful to hear. I like that.
Let me ask a question. Do you think so? You feel like coming back and resetting is a choice?
It's a double-edged sword. It could be your choice, or you could forget that it's your choice.
Okay.
Oh, yo, shout out to the bar in the chat, man. Peace to the barbarians. They in the building. How many
do you think?
How many times y'all think y'all been here?
Too many.
If you ask ChatGPT, it told me. It showed me 8 lives.
Oh, I'm gonna look. Oh, I should ask Chat. Chat probably gonna tell me some crazy junk.
Yo, gonna connect the mean dot. I promise you, you will.
No, I'm telling you, I've been here too many times, bro. I'm over it.
Yeah, that's where we at.
Me and my me and my ChatGPT beefing.
That makes sense though.
Me and my ChatGPT run accordingly together as one.
You heard?
What happened?
ChatGPT told me I was on the spectrum.
Oh, it gave you a compliment. In my point of view, that's a compliment.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. I was like, but don't take it personal. Don't take it the hard way, but no, like this is a compliment.
Let me ask a question. How did you get to this conclusion?
Huh?
Like, what was you doing?
For it to tell me I was on the spectrum.
What was you doing?
I was just, you know what I'm saying, chopping it up with it. And then like my sister was building, and she was like, yeah, like our like in our bloodline, like we got a superpower, and it's being neurodivergent. You feel me? So I asked ChatGPT, like, yo, you think I'm neurodivergent? And it was like, well, but basically it was like, well, you are on the spectrum, but I mean, I would add some ADD in there too, and this not like you motherfucker.
Threw you under the bus.
Yeah, right.
We are in the shift at the present moment. We started that a while back.
And I feel like the best thing, one of the best things you could do while we in the midst is to open your pores up and show your strength and vulnerability. So that's why I'm in a sauna right now, because I constantly want to keep my pores open so I could channel in all the information that's just hovering above us, just waiting for our auric field to open up to draw it in through by being on the right frequency band with it. So I think sweating right now is divinely, it should be a law.
And I would suggest that. Go ahead, Robert.
No, I was just gonna say sweating helps release things that you no longer need in the body as well. So it's like an extra push for your lymphatic system to go ahead and throw that garbage out.
Amplify.
First time I got in the sauna, I couldn't stop crying.
Ooh, whole body crying on the low though.
What the hell going on, man? I just was crying. I was in one where like your head is stuck out and like the rest of your body in there.
Mm-hmm.
It was people there, like it was like a whole event type thing. I'm like, man, I had to squeeze my head down in the thing, man. Fuck, I keep crying for it. I can't stop crying.
That was a good release.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but I was going to say that I think like if anybody has access to a sauna or anything that would resemble that, just put the shower on extremely hot and just sit in there and breathe that in, whatever you could do. I think that'd be real beneficial to this reset and just getting some of them toxins about you.
I think everyone should buy a personal sauna.
Lotus Bond,
Carry
very,
around.
very.
We got 2 over here.
There it is.
I'm coming to get the extra one. I'll be over there to get the extra. Y'all only need one.
Oh no, sorry. My mom bought one and I bought one.
Bomb Squad in the building. He said, "Peace to the family. Please, everyone, thumbs up,
Peace to the gods.
the heart, and share this valuable information. Peace to the God. Appreciate you, bro.
Love.
Definitely make sure y'all share, like the channel. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe, follow, all that. Send A1 some cash. Do what you gotta do. Stop playing. Yeah.
Did you want to post the link to get to the document?
Yeah. Post that link so that anybody that's in the chat or in the comments or anything, if they want to participate in the Live It, we got a form for you to fill out so we can add you to the UMECA registry, where we're going to be sending out the links to the meetings and different things like that. And it's also a great place to network. Hold on, somebody calling. Oh, hold on, not right now. She's skilled. Yeah. So it's going to be a great space to network. Right now we in about eight or 9 different states. You know what I'm saying? With members in each one that, you know what I'm saying, you can build what we building this. I call it the mycelium network. You know what I'm saying? The underground network of roots that's keeping everything functioning and working. You know what I'm saying? So it'd be opportunities to build and network yourself and connect with different creators, health practitioners, community activists. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a great opportunity. You know what I'm saying? To just build, heal, and be real. Bars.
A1, I'm gonna send it to the UMECA chat. If you could repost it, 'cause I can't do it right now.
Got you.
Oh, see, Skills trying to hold up. My bad, y'all.
Okay, I just sent it in. Well, okay, it just sent it.
Yeah, and this is this not a I seen somebody ask before, like, is this a religion? Nah, it's not a religion. This is a holistic approach to life through mind, body, spirit, and environment. You feel me? We're gonna have different things going on where we're gonna be growing our own food. Right now, I'm in Memphis with my sister. They're gonna be opening up a 3-acre community garden out here. You know what I'm saying? A couple of the brothers that's in the thing are having talks about them coming out here too as well and helping do some work like that. So it's basically like just trying to build a holistic approach to living. You know what I'm saying? It's not nothing where we worshiping anything, or you know what I'm saying. Only thing I would say in itself. You know what I'm saying? Just showing yourself some love and reverence and appreciating yourself for being here and doing your best. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
I say to add on, the best shift is to make religion your experience in worship life, and if you go that approach, you'll just have more abundance to hold on to.
How do you describe spirit?
What's that last word? I can't see from the thing.
Fam, how do you describe spirit,
fam? I would describe spirit as the that spark within us that's keeping us here on this plane of existence. So like Mel said, it's the breath. You know what I'm saying? That prana, we get it from the environment and we give it back out. Just the life force within us. You know what I mean? Or where?
Can I piggyback?
Yes, ma'am.
To me, spirit is your divine connection to source, whatever that is to you. That energy. Huh?
I said, you see why I need you here? Because that definitely was the fire right there.
Yeah, it's your divine connection to source. That piece of source that you carry inside yourself. Like your vessel is your car. This fleshy suit right here is like a car. We basically driving this around. The spirit is what is controlling this here. So that's what my spirit is. It's a piece of source.
a
Hey,
catalyst, a
and
catalyst,
I want to say
middleman
something
to
to
get you
that
back to
spirit.
source.
That fleshy suit looks good on you.
Yeah,
Yeah, record.
you better have her
You've been
change
doing a
colors.
lot. You've been doing a lot to show.
Hey, that's how I
She
keep
better
the people
change colors.
entertained. You know what I'm saying?
Gratitude.
Up here talking about health and you know what I'm saying, healing. That could lead a lot of people to be like, man, you know what I'm saying, healing and man, I don't want to heal. I don't want to be healthy. But then, you know what I'm saying? You make it relatable. Like, you know what I'm saying? We ain't no gurus or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? We just, you know what I mean? People trying to do our best with what we have, where we are, and share that experience with everybody else. But hold on, my bad. I don't want to speak for everybody because all male definitely the hood guru. Ain't that what you? Ain't that what you?
That's a
What it
fact and a
is?
half. That's a fact and a
Yeah,
half.
yeah. Say that.
I give you
Oh,
your
no,
answers and questions.
say that again, cuz.
I give you your answers and questions.
I
You
was about
already
to say
got.
I wouldn't say that we wouldn't claim it. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to make yourself look better than anybody else, but you got to amp yourself up. Who else is here living your life? Who, when you going through a crisis, who's going through a crisis with you? When you going through your happy moments, who's truly experiencing that? You are. So the only being that you need to amp up and show as much love, gratitude, and recognition to is yourself.
Well, let's go. Well, I'm the Mojo Jojo or the ho hos. What you talk about there? You know what I'm saying? Let's
Oh,
go.
and you had some nerve to talk about my compliment to self earlier. What did you just say?
What?
You
What
say
kind?
you
Oh, when I see
the
the
Mojo
bomb.com,
Jojo. What?
I said the Mojo Jojo or the ho hos. Not the ho hos, but like I don't know. It just wrong at the moment.
Yeah, you had some nerve earlier. That's crazy.
That was way worse than the bomb.com. You're right. Hey, yo, if you had to speak some life into yourself in the morning, give us an example of what that would look like in the rising when you get up and now you speaking life into yourself to set the tone for the day. What that look like for you?
Okay. Well, I rise at 3 a.m. So
Dang,
first
they
I used
first
to
thing
rise
I
at
still
4.
on the chat. They still chatting in the group. They just
it's
starting.
fine. I'm knocked out between 6 and 7 p.m. I don't have no reason to be up at night no more. I done did I complete my tasks at between 3 and 7. So I get to go to sleep early. But when I rise, the first thing I do is recollect what I just was going through, because I do more spiritual work in the other lives for here. Like I sleep a lot because I do a lot in the other realms that affects this reality. So I'm always trying to connect the dots as soon as I wake up, what I just experienced and how it's gonna beneficial my day today.
Here
You
they come.
always,
Man. Here they come. You done drop some key words. The chat is coming.
yeah.
We'll just put you all on notice.
So I connect my dots. Then the battle is to not touch my phone. So I go through that every day. I wake up. How long can I go without touching that device? So
Yo, now that you said that, right? If you know me, I'm always going through some stuff with my phone, whether it's the screen breaking or it don't cut on for some strange reason. And I think that might be source telling me, yo, put that damn phone down, bruh.
universe barking.
You on that phone too much. And every time I just be like, I'll get out the car, phone be on my lap, and it just fall face flat on a rock. That'll break everything. Like, what the? I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah. Maybe so that's another sign to start listening when the universe is showing you signs. You know what I'm saying?
So let's talk about what's
The
how does the
alchemist,
universe
right?
speak?
The
What language?
alchemy.
What
What you say,
universe do
Armand?
language? What universe do the language speak? Let's talk about that so people can identify
What
universe.
language do the universe speak, or what universe do the language speak? Because both of those sound like something you meant to say.
All right. The universe gives us signs, but it don't speak English. So how do it give us signs? And one of my examples is like I'll be seeing the universe talk to me in license plates.
And license plates?
Yeah, I read license plate numbers and letters. It'll be a whole code.
Now Nah, I peeped that too. Yo, DJ Dr. Rosie, she was reading the clouds over the trees and was like, look, I forget what it said. You feel me? But I looked at it and it really said it. I'm like, oh, I could see it. You feel me? And she really was reading the clouds, yo. But like, I don't know what that language will be called, like, because we do get messaging and signs or omens from, you know what I'm saying, the environment and around us that are signaling it, like kind of like what's that movie where the dude put on the glasses and then he starts seeing like, oh babe, get out and all of that, you know what I'm saying?
They Live.
Yeah. So I do think, like, you know what I'm saying, the universe sends us
Never
signals
seen
just
it.
like that.
Word, yep.
Oh, peace
Never
to C
seen it.
Skills. I see Skills in the chat. Peace, God. Oh no, that ain't C Skills. You know him. My bad.
That language would be the language of the universe, right? Spirit.
Yeah, like so, like even animals speak that, right?
Yeah, everything.
Cause they
Trees,
know,
the clouds.
and that's how they know to migrate somewhere to get up out of there.
Symbols and synchronicities is one of the two big languages the universe be barking at me. So I'll see I'll catch the symbols, and then there's things just to sync up. Two people said the same word at the same time. Oh no, that's the universe.
I think that's alignment.
Alignment, yeah, yep. When you sync up, it's an indication you on your path. Like hug yourself in that moment.
What he said, the universe speaks. I say it speaks.
Is motion, what y'all say? I think it's everything.
Emotion, energy, and motion. You know what I'm saying? So
Everything in motion.
everything in motion. That's just that emotion is every energy in motion or everything in motion. Everything in motion. If you ain't moving, you're dead. Mel think we dead now. Tell him on Mel.
Hey, I want to throw this in there. Do you know that if you don't get 3,000 steps in a day, you consider like you stationary, you're not really alive.
That's deep. Expound on that, please.
What?
I want to know more about that. What do you mean?
What do you mean? 3,000 steps a day would consider you to be someone who is alive. You're just alive at that point, though. 6,000, you're considered to be, that helps you stay healthy, helps your heart stay healthy.
Actively living.
Yeah. 10,000 is you extremely actively living.
Okay.
I would say this. If you ain't going to be alive, at least look alive. You feel me?
You ain't getting 3,000 steps. I don't know how you looking.
Wait, I get way more than 3,000 steps.
Oh, you out here. You out here in these streets.
Hey, maybe you should tell everybody that's doing the Godetarian to invest in like something to help you look at your steps a day so you could be more intentional.
You could get it right on your phone too, right?
Yep.
I like that.
And then another thing that we incorporating too, we ain't trying to give y'all all the sauce, you know what I'm saying, on the live, because we want y'all to join the registry so you could be entitled to some of these calls and stuff. But we also in the process of aligning ourselves with the G's calendar. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't know what that is, you could join the registry and we'll definitely get a deeper explanation. But we align ourselves with the G's calendar, which is actually a couple years behind this what do you call it? The Roman calendar or whatever they call this calendar. But and it's more of a solar calendar than a lunar calendar. So it separate the days differently. So we want to see how being in alignment with that as well can be beneficial to us. You know what I'm saying? Because we are children of the sun, and our mission, our motto in UMECA is growing minds from the seeds of the sun. So it will only make sense to be aligned with a solar calendar as well too. So just something to think about, throw out there, you know.
And to add in, I don't know how many people are aware that the new year does begin in March. And the first full month of the new year is April. So that's why April is April Fool's. So if y'all want to really manifest some, the portals will be opening in March. And if y'all don't know, Women's Day is March 8th. They don't tell you that, but Women's Day is March 8th. And that's why they say March is madness, because that's the transformation. That's that butterfly cracking out of that cocoon. And they gotta fight to do that. So it's gonna be a lot of madness. So
I wanted to say that the Godetarian reset is a part of our calendar as far as our holy days and festivities that we are coming up with and establishing to where people can utilize it for like different things like getting out of work and stuff like that. But March 20th is actually going to be our set New Year's.
Okay.
Okay.
Fire. And that's kind of why the reset is happening when it's happening. So that way we can reset ourselves from the old year into the new year. You know what I'm saying? We'll put ourselves in the right frame of mind for when we are witnessing the new year start.
Why March 20th?
Wow, because it's in that window. From the 19th to the 21st is the in the middle of that window for, you know, when the earth is doing what it's doing energetically and planting those seeds for that time frame.
Anybody else ear ringing?
Ooh.
Nah, all right. It's just me.
That was specifically for you.
Well, we might have been in alignment, but you know what I'm saying? That was my signal.
That was a signal for your alignment. That was your alignment right there.
Right. Let's see what Cosmon talking about in the chat. Cosmon real active in the chat, man. Shout out to Cosmon. Is there a cause to creation? And is there a mechanism to the creation?
Ooh, sounds like a debate title.
Oh, Mel, you want to touch that one?
Be careful with Cosmo.
Oh, Mel ain't on here anymore.
Oh, Mel got a problem here with that. Is there a cause to creation?
Isn't creation energy like we was talking about earlier? Energy and motion. It's like the faster that energy vibrates, things can be created.
So like everything has a rate that is vibrating, and that's what we're experiencing and witnessing. Is that rate of vibration which changes something from being cold or hot?
Basically like a frequency, right? You can create based off of that frequency. It depends on what type of creation he's talking about as well. But even when it comes to just creating things outright with your bare hands, you have to be vibrating at a certain vibration to even have those thoughts to create.
I think he's more talking about like creation of everything, right? Like everything.
There was energy and motion. Was that not emotion that took place?
I would say the cause to creation would be a thought, right? And that mechanism that had that thought would be a universal mind that everything that we're experiencing exists inside of.
But it still moved.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, if it ain't moving, it ain't happening. When you stop growing is when you die. Phone died. All right, all love. Look, his phone died. We talking about living in creation and death, and his phone died.
Right.
We in alignment. You heard? Look, good looking, Cosmo. That's dope, man. I appreciate all the questions, the bill. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's lit. I like it. Yo, A1, good looking, man. I feel like I'm getting into my element. You heard? I like to chop it up with the peoples. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely doing
no doubt. I've been trying to get you to hit the stage for a minute, man. It's just been, it's been hectic, man.
Indeed.
I'm glad. Hopefully every Sunday y'all can do something like this, man. This seemed like a good Sunday morning vibe. Get y'all locked in. That'll be nice.
I would like to say that utilizing the holy days like I said, I'm creating the holy days and festivities at this present moment, and it does align with celestial events as well as the energy of the earth that we live on. So if the energy is creativity, love, and compassion, we would celebrate how we could exchange that at that time frame.
And I want to get into the habit of calling these celebrations jubilees. I like that word, and you know what I'm saying, what it represents. As far as
Yeah,
like, right. So we can set up different jubilees that are beneficial and productive to what we're trying to manifest on a whatever that time of the year is. And Cosmo brought up a good point saying that certain hold on, let me see. Using the solar Georgian calendar, I agree on the spring equinox, a start of the year. But do we use the sun to find those holy days, or do we use the moon, which would change the day? Well, just like a rare said, we're in the process of creating these jubilees or holy days. So we can align them with either the solar calendar or the lunar calendar, whichever is most beneficial. And I think that's the power in creating. Nobody can define what you're creating because you define it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm so big on coining words and terms that represent ideas that I'm trying to manifest, because me making the word and creating the word and the term gives takes away anyone else's power of control over how it's defined and represented. You know what I'm saying? So I think everybody should be in the process of creating terms, words, different things to represent their worldview and way of thinking, and not just be constricted to the things that were set up for it. Thanks, Cosmo. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate it. Yo, man, you helping the content, man. We'd be kind of dry up here if it wasn't for you, man. You keeping us going. Shout out to Cosmo.
Right. But balance is definitely needed. So that Mother Nature and Father Time is a balance of the masculine and the feminine energies.
He said there is nothing divine.
That's another good question. Did you guys already answer this
one? Yeah, we just talked about
that. That's the one we just answered right there. Yeah, Cosmo dropping that heat. He said there is nothing divine but the union of Mother Nature and Father Time.
Those was bars.
What's that? Yeah, man. What's with that in it? We supposed to respond to that? Or that was just...
No, that's why I said it's about that balance of the divine feminine and masculine energies.
Yeah. You better watch what you dropping in the chat, man. You got some lyricists back here, bro. That carve that up, you heard? Throw it in a rap. Nah, just a thought. Nah, that was fire though, bro.
Yeah,
there's nothing but the union of Mother Nature and Father Time. Word is bound.
I see he says stay in the sun circadian rhythm.
Circadian rhythm. That
work nights. How do they bring some balance?
Can I expand on what he's saying when he's talking about the circadian though? Even with the reset, it's following basically that. Like he said, my father's side is Muslim. So when they did Ramadan, it's over at nighttime. And that's when your gut is ready to not sleep, but do the actual work. And if you're piling things on top of that, that could cause more of an issue for you than anything. So after like 6 o'clock, when the sun starts to go down, you need to stop doing certain things. That is when your body is calling for you to actually rest and stop being so active so it can do the work that it needs to do on you to regenerate cells and all of those things. Your eating window is between like 12, maybe even 10 to like 6. That is where you should be consuming. and not a lot, not overindulging, but that is your consumption window. That's when your fire in your gut is at its highest. That's when the sun is the highest in the sky. So that helps you burn those things off more easily.
And that's
And then
not even.
before you said,
I was gonna say that's not even in the in the reset. You feel me? That's just for regular. You know what I'm saying?
everyday
Every
life.
day. Yeah. Cosmo dropped some more heat in the back. He said, I agree with using nature to tell time, but the only thing in nature we see that don't change is the sun and the moon. Would you agree? And why not use both to tell time? Well, we are. We not abandoning the lunar calendar. We're integrating both, and we operating out of both systems. You know what I'm saying? So we yeah, like we're not abandoning the lunar calendar for the solar calendar, but we're just integrating them together and finding ways where they could work in alignment with each other.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Let me see, we got all the questions out that been in there so far. But yeah, you're doing great, Rare. I want to give you your flowers. You know what I'm saying? You're doing amazing.
You deserve the flowers because you definitely a great partner to work with.
Hey, no shit. I like compliments. I like compliments.
Right.
That's
It's
what's
that
up.
balance. Moon is a false matrix. False light. Lunar calendar is how you find, even though it may be a false light and it may be false, whatever, illumination, whatever it is, right? We can't say that it doesn't affect us. We can't say that that energy is not affecting us at all, because it is. So I think still utilizing it in a certain way intentionally will still be beneficial to you.
Right. And it's even like fluorescent light. You know what I'm saying? It does have an effect, and you know what I'm saying? It can be utilized in ways, you know what I'm saying, to be beneficial in the moment. So and even being the fact of being that if you just going by the solar calendar, you're gonna be late for work a lot of times, or you know what I'm saying, you're gonna miss the store or wherever you going because you know what I'm saying, you ain't on it. We do live in it. So it's just like the Matrix, you feel me? Neo had to go into the Matrix in order to get the things accomplished that he had to get accomplished. So he couldn't use the same timing he was on when they was back on the ship. You know what I'm saying? And somebody brought that up to me. We was talking about that, but I don't forget who it was, but we was having that bill and was saying like, when you look, when Neo and them went back on the ship, it was only like 6 of them on that ship. You feel me? That were out of the Matrix. But when they went back into it was everybody was in there. You feel me? So that's why we intentionally seeking out tribe. You know what I'm saying? And people that are in alignment with the things that we're trying to push forward. Devon. Go ahead.
Yeah. There's something you used to say to me all the time. It was I think it was something like it's not about what you're looking at, but how you like how what was it that you used to say? I can't
If you change how you look at shit, you change the shit you're looking at.
Yeah. So when it come like for him with the moon, you know what I'm saying? Even if we don't benefit in a good way, if you look at it in another way, you can change that whole energy exchange.
Repeat that one more time.
What? Even if it doesn't benefit us in a positive way, you can change that energy exchange. It don't have to be negative. You can benefit from it.
So like it was times where, you know what I'm saying, I didn't have nothing to eat, you know, and it might be like a day or two, you know what I'm saying, where I didn't have access to get nothing to eat. So those, when I looking back in hindsight now, it was building my tolerance for fasting, and it was me fasting as well too. You know what I'm saying? Unintentionally, but regardless, it was happening. You know what I'm saying? And now being able to look back, it was beneficial to who I am today. You know what I'm saying? And who I'm becoming. You know, so yeah, being able to
Um,
take those negatives and turn them into positives.
you helped out a lot with that when it came to how I looked at life. A lot. Even though, I was already transitioning into these things, you was like a big, big positive motivator. Even though we had some negative exchange sometimes, but still, it was all in the benefit of growth and development.
Right, right. And that's what it's about. One of my homeboys, his dad, this was like back when we was in, I want to say middle school. He dropped one of the jewels on me that stuck with me throughout my life. And I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this advice. He told me that the always keep a PMA. And I was like, what's a PMA? And he said, make sure you always got a positive mental attitude, regardless of what's going on. You feel me? It could be the worst shit in the world, but as long as you got a positive mental attitude about it, you're going to change that situation and you're not going to see it. And that goes back into, if you change how you look at things, you change what you're looking at. You know what I'm saying? That always kept me in a state of seeing the silver lining, if you want to say, or just finding ways to cope and deal with certain situations that were just like I felt like were tearing me apart. You know what I'm saying? And being able to have a positive mental attitude in the midst of all of that, it helped me out a lot. So I will offer that advice to y'all too. You know what I mean?
That's beautiful. I wanna respond to him and his point of view with the moon and the sun. If you look at the sun, right, like you said, the sun is like a battery, so it helps recharge and regenerate. It gives you the things you need to lighten yourself up. Whereas the moon is more of a reflective thing. It's like shining a light on darkness. So at night, you utilize the moon to, like I said, shine a light on those shadows and those negative things. Those things come to light. And I will only base that off of like me doing mushrooms. When I do mushrooms in the day compared to when I do mushrooms at night, the type of experiences I would have showed me proof of that.
Now I want to ask something too, right? At the end of the reset, are we gonna have a jubilee, like a celebration for maybe like for the new year, or like
Yeah, the new year is in that window. You remember you remember that night when I sent you that long information sheet for the new year?
Yeah, it was in there.
Yeah, you was like, that's a lot to take in.
And I was fronting like, yeah, I read it all, but I'm saying like it was a lot. I read majority of it. You heard?
I gotta break it down into 3 consecutive days. Like 2 of those days is for becoming, and then in the middle is the new year. So it's like 3 days worth of activities of Jubilee.
So when the reset is starting on the 22nd, when does it end?
It's supposed to end on the 22nd.
Okay. And that's into the new year, right? So we
It's like
gonna have
right after that.
we're gonna have the new year before the reset is over, right?
Mm.
Okay. Okay.
But
Yeah.
next year we need to put the reset back where it's supposed to be.
Okay.
That way it ends right before we go into our festivities, our jubilee.
Right. And we started it on the 22nd this year because we was having this live today and we didn't want it to be like so sudden that we will be starting the reset after this live to introduce it. So we pushed it back to the 22nd to give people time to prepare and to get in the mindset of getting ready to do this reset and sacrifice and submission to the God in you. Yeah, peace to the God in you while we at it.
Love to the God in you. The Nubian. The Nubian.
Shit. That's what's up, man. Hold on, that another one? Yep. Is what we call a semi-dawn, dahan, or a time of high electric light. But this is the time light never drops below 350 nanometers again. 2031 begins the rise in high etheric light.
Sound like he talking about sounds like from what I'm reading, sound like us getting whipped with solar flares.
Mm. Now, what is this? Is this worldview, Cosmon? Like, is this from like that's the reset in 2031? Is the reset?
No, the reset is happening. Been started.
Yeah, we in the midst of it. You know what I'm saying?
That might be the end, and you ain't got no choice. You ain't got no choice at that point. Like,
And another thing, like, a lot of people that I talked to along this journey, they came into their consciousness around the same time.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying, like 2015, like around that time frame was a lot of people's dive into spirituality for me. Just, you know what I'm saying, me coming into contact with people. So like, I don't know if it was something that happened around that time that was like a something opened up for people to, you know what I'm saying, that had a calling or whatever it was. But a lot of people I talked to either seen things around that time or had drastic changes in their lives around that time. You know what I'm saying? So and also too, just being able to be surrounded by tribe is a better way for us to document the experiences that we have and be able to track them, so that way we can make some sense of things that keep reoccurring. So we might have a bill where you're saying like, I've been having a lot of depression around this time, and then next year you might, from us jotting that down and being aware of that, next year you might notice it's around the same time. So now you're like, okay, this is the time where I'm feeling this type of energy, you know what I'm saying? And I need to do these things in preparation for that energy that's going to be coming, you know what I'm saying? Because certain things we're not going to be able to avoid in this life and get away from. We just going to have to prepare for them, you know what I'm saying? And have that preparation in place. So yeah, I wanted to say that as well too. But yeah, did you drop the application? I mean the form for the thing in the link, and it was in the chat.
A1 did. A1
Oh,
put it on.
It's in the chat. Let me
all right,
pin it
well,
so everybody can get straight to it.
yeah, man. As many like Cosmon dropping some stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? And that would be great to, like, you know what I'm saying, be in the bills with, you know what I'm saying? And oh no, stop everything.
Absolutely, Pan.
Stop everything. You heard? Pan the man in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? Word up. The people's chant. You know what I'm saying? The people's chant for real. You know what I'm saying? I be perpetuating that stereotype, but paying the real people's chant, man. Give it up. You feel me? But yeah, like I was saying though, just getting in that I forgot what I was saying, man. Look what you did, Pan. But just that link to get in the chat, I mean to get into that group. And oh no, I was talking about Cosmo dropping the dope knowledge that he dropping. Like a lot of people is going to have different worldviews and different perspectives on things, and this not the reset or the calls that we're going to be setting up from this form that we put in the chat for y'all to fill out is not going to be something where we're conflicting with each other, or just it's going to be more of a build where we're trying to integrate things in with each other to make this experience more pleasurable and more beneficial for the people that's participating. So all worldviews are welcome, you know what I'm saying? All as long as you ain't no white supremacist trying to kill us or something. But you feel me? Other than that, you know what I'm saying? If you align with this and you want to better yourself, you feel me, and you is about bringing positivity to what we're doing, everybody's welcome. You feel me, to participate in this reset. You feel me? It's all love. You know what I mean? We don't want to have any like contention or harsh disagreements over a Yeti. Shit, we ain't about to do that right now. You feel me? We're gonna say that.
It's time to go.
Yeah.
Time to get up out of here.
Yeah. But yeah. That's what it's all about, man. Just spreading love and being able to build with each other in a safe space where it's, you know what I'm saying, where we can have different opinions and different views, but we know that the end game is much more important than, you know what I'm saying, our personal emotions and feelings in the moment. You know what I'm saying? And if I could do that, you feel me, I know everybody else could do that, because I got some convictions that I'm putting to the side for the love of the game. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I'm gonna leave that there. If you know, you know. I'm gonna just say that.
Yeah, you deserve flowers for that one.
Shout out to Cosmon, because he know what's going on.
I almost want you to go over the cleanse one more time for the people who tapped in late.
Okay. Yeah. Just a brief overview of what, you know what I'm saying? The process of what we're gonna be doing real quick. It don't gotta be as in depth as it was in the beginning, you feel me? But
I got you. I got you.
all right.
Godetarian reset is about discipline and clarity, realigning and re-cleansing the body to practice. It's in practice with rest, awareness, and devotion. We have certain colors that we're wearing, fabrics that we need to make sure we're focusing on and not putting on our vessels, because they do stop us from healing and cleansing like we're supposed to. One of those colors, the main color is navy blue and indigo, something like what I'm wearing today, as far as color goes, not the material. And then we have a daily structure. So you have a fasting window from when you arise to 2 in the afternoon. You would take this time to fast from food, social media, and negative mental consumptions. It's about reflection. If you like to pray, if you do meditation, journaling, breath work. This window is about seeding. So what you put in, you get the fruits of that labor, or non-labor, like a rest, a reflective labor. At this time frame, you'd also develop more of a mental discipline where negative thoughts, images, or like impulses, you want to catch them and reject them. Like I said earlier, though, it is important, if you are having a consistent negative thought, to sit with that and maybe journal to, try to help burn away where that's coming from or heal where that's coming from. So between 2 and 6 is your nourishment window, where you can consume your fruits, your vegetables, your waters. I say teas because herbs are really good in helping with cleansing and replenishing the nutrients that your cells need. A whole lot of vegetables is recommended if you're following the fast. Lord Benu did say that perfection is not what we're looking for, just for you to be consistent and develop little habits that will assist you through your journey to being more holistic. It's recommended to eat an ample amount of fruit and an ample amount of vegetables. Vegetables are recommended for your healing, for giving you the nutrients that you need, because you don't want to take away and not replace or give back to yourself. Fruits are for hydration. So if you don't already drink enough water, eating a lot of fruit will also gives you double the amount of hydration you need in your body. And making sure that you're not eating until you stuffed. You want to be comfortable in that. So, we don't want to overindulge. From 6 to 8 is where you can get on social media and listen to your music and stuff like that, but you want to be conscious in the consumption of that. Our eyes, our ears are all pathways to consume things. What you see, what you decide to look at on a regular basis is being absorbed into your spirit, your mind, and your body. So be conscious and intentional about what you're deciding to indulge in at this time. No doom scrolling. We want to stay away from scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. You want to be able to learn something new, help with a mental development, something of that sort. And it's a time to reflect. I feel like I'm missing something here. Regenerate, time to aid. Yeah. I feel like
Is it the 5 devotions?
they go straight into that?
Yeah, I thought it did.
I felt like I was missing something. Okay.
Hey, if you're missing it right now, it won't be missing when you join the registry and we having these calls, so you can get everything that might be missed on this second overlap. You could just watch the video over, or you could join the registry, and then you'll get access to all of this information emailed to you, so you can go over it just with yourself and your family or whoever want to participate with you. And that's what we would encourage that too. So if you want to participate in this reset, find somebody in close proximity to you that will want to participate in it with you, so that you can have somebody physically with you to hold each other accountable and to also join in on the calls that we're going to be having as well too. So where are you doing your thing?
Okay, so during this reset, we have 5 holistic devotions that you will be doing throughout your day on a daily basis. Once you arise, this devotion is about intention and alignment. It is the seed practice. So that's about, setting the intention and the energy for your day that you want to carry you throughout your day. The midday devotion is about recentering and breath work. It's about grounding. So you'd basically like bring yourself back to your body and release any like tensions or any tightness that you're holding on to, and just loosen yourself up. The afternoon devotion is about endurance check-in to see if you're still not still, but it's about you putting in the endurance to keep going when your energy is dipping, because at that point your energy kind of starts to dip a little lower. And this is about building patience and sharpening your mental discipline. The sunset devotion is about gratitude and release. It is a mercy practice. It helps soften the nervous system and helps you transition from fasting into nourishment and back into fasting. It helps release, helps you honor mercy over urgency. The night devotion is about integration and surrender. This is where you are to rest. Before you go to sleep, you'll just like review your day and release it. Release anything that you've been holding on to, any judgments that you've casted out throughout the day, which you're supposed to be catching throughout the day anyway. But this helps clear the mental residue and help you return your spirit to your body for rest. It's about surrendering. So during the reset, we have weekly focuses, intentions that we're going to put into ourselves while we're being intentional. Reactions, about catching yourself and what causes you to react in a negative way and helping you see clearly. It's helping you notice triggers without justifying it or suppressing it. Catching yourself and how you react to things. Week 2 is about regulation. It's helping you feel stable and safe in your vessel, in your body, in your life. It's about regulating your nervous system and restoring that internal safety. Yourself, give yourself grace and just pause. As I was saying earlier, we all run on like a wheel where we're consistently going and feeling like we have to be doing something. We don't give ourselves a break, and it's suggested to take longer pauses in the middle of your day when you're the busiest. Week 3 is about acceptance. It's about surrender and truth. It's accepting the things that you cannot change within yourself and externally. It's about releasing resistance and identifying internal patterns that resist reality. And helping you cultivate peace through surrender. Week 4 is about self-care. This is the last week of the reset where you give yourself everything you need, recognition for you, staying focused, and all the things that you did achieve. No judgment here. You want to practice more intentional self-care rituals, like when you get up and brush your teeth, wash your face, take a shower. It's about envisioning your greatest self and where you want to be and putting it in the present moment. So yeah, that was it. The core principles of the reset is about discipline over desire, clarity over comfort, nourishment over gluttony, and awareness over being on autopilot.
That was perfect and amazing. You know what I'm saying? You touched everything that we're gonna be doing. I just want to add that during this process of the reset, we'll be meeting weekly on Sundays to go over all of the things to add, to add different beneficial techniques that can help you through the reset. Some breath work, different recipes. One of the things that I studied in was NFT tapping. So we'll be in TFT tapping. So we'll be doing some of those things to help regulate your meridian pathways, which is energy pathways that circulate through your body, and sometimes they get blocked and it might be holding you back from different things. And just holding each other accountable, building, sharing with each other, giving each other flowers, working with each other and building that community. So Sundays we'll be doing that to keep everybody on the same page. We encourage journaling. One of the things I don't know if you touched this, but I want to touch on it again is oh yeah, you did, but releasing any negative ideas and thoughts and calling them out, and whether it's aloud or writing them down. Calling them out aloud is highly recommended. You know what I'm saying? But you might be in a space where you can't call it out, so you would have to be able to write it down. But that'll work too. So yeah. Hey everybody, hold on. We got a special guest in the building. My sister Camille, you know what I'm saying? She's been very instrumental in me putting this together. Yeah. Hey, watch out, Cobra. My homeboy Cobra jumped up in the whip too. But yeah, I want to give her a shout out. Say hi, Camille.
What's up? How you doing?
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, when we do this work, we just want to help each other and keep each other on the same page. So yeah, that's all I wanted to touch on right there. A rare pretty much got it down pat. I'm about to go in this house real quick. Girl, go ahead.
My apologies. My nephew was hollering in the background.
Peace, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you kind of breaking up a little bit. Is
Did
this
we
church?
freeze?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Oh, okay. All right, word. Matter of fact, let me go up there and see what that's about.
In the world of AI and rapid advancements, why are we still forcing kids into a slow 4-year diploma model instead of high-speed specialized micro credentials? That's interesting. I don't think are we forcing them? Because we could choose to do something different. We can choose to help ourselves learn something to help our stars learn as well. Because they only follow by example. So I think that's really important. You are the first teacher. Why are you looking like a ghost over there? I balance from the whole creative game, UMECA. Love, love. The Nubian, you still there?
Yeah, I'm back. I just had to. I came in the house. I was outside for the call, but I was in the car. My sister left, so I came back inside. But yeah. So yeah, that's somebody said is this church?
Mm-hmm.
On paper for tax purposes, you know what I'm saying. But as far as this organization, this is a holistic community, you know what I'm saying, where we're trying to help each other and build off of each other, promote self-sufficiency and self-regulation and becoming our best selves and greatest versions of ourselves. You know, it could be looked at as a church, but we don't see it that way as a religious institution, if that's what you mean. But we like
It's more of a temple.
it's a culture. You know what I'm saying? We building a culture. We cultivating something. Would you say a rare part? So
No, I was saying it's more of a temple if we're gonna look at it in that
okay,
light.
temple. I like that. I like that. Yeah.
It's just but like you said, tax purposes and also, utilizing documents for yourself, how churches utilize their documents.
Right. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to get out of here soon.
Huh?
So I think I'm gonna have to get out of here soon.
Oh yeah. We've been on here for almost like 2 hours and some change. So it was a great bill. If there's any more questions, you know what I'm saying, I'll chill out for a little bit longer, you know what I'm saying, and build with the chat, build with A1. Rare, I appreciate you. You did an amazing job today. This show, it would have been buns without you. You heard?
It would have been buns without you.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
It would have been
So, yeah,
super fun. But I appreciate you
reflective.
having me here. Much gratitude and love to A1.
Indeed.
And I will see y'all next time.
Appreciate you, sis. See you soon.
Love, love.
That's what's up. Yeah, man, this was dope, A1. Thank you.
For a rare, holding it down. Back to you, Banu.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So now that Rare's gone, if anybody was in the chat that was anybody want to come up on here that got any questions or comments or anything they want to build on, you know what I'm saying, we could leave the floor open for that. Well, let me give a little overview of what UMECA is. UMECA stands for the Universal Melanin Enrichment Center of Abundance. And our main goal is to rebuild and reinforce identity, culture, and a way of life that would be advantageous to us as a people here in the times and the realities that we facing now. So that includes everything from the things that we take in to the way we let things out, you know what I mean, and the communities that we're trying to build and network. I'm big on building this network, like I called it before. So our mycelium network, you know what I'm saying? A1 is definitely a part of that, you know what I'm saying? He's helping me spread, you know what I'm saying? So that form is there for you too, bro, you know what I'm saying? So we could help push together, you know what I'm saying? One hand wash the other. I'm in full alliance with what you're doing and the movement that you're building. So, you know what I'm saying? Any help that you need, resources that I could provide is here, you know what I'm saying? So I want to definitely give you your flowers on what you're doing and what you're building over here. You know what I'm saying? This is amazing work, bro. And you, like, I see the progress. You know what I'm saying? And it's definitely something and pleasure to be a part of. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. You know, it's been a long journey. It's only been a couple months though. I only had this page since August 16th. I just had to be crazy enough to stay consistent and be persistent enough so I can exist now. And shout out to y'all for stepping through, you know what I'm saying, and bringing UMECA to the Titans Debate League, Coliseum of Arguments, man. Down, make history.
For real, bro. You really setting the stage for a lot of creators and a lot of thinkers to get out there and to get they views out there, you know what I'm saying, amongst other thinkers. You know what I'm saying? You know how they say steel sharpens steel, so you know what I mean? It's definitely a great opportunity, man. I appreciate it. Word up.
I don't see nobody pulling up with no questions. I know they not scared now. I know
Nah, I think they in alignment, man. They probably busy filling out that form. You know what I'm saying?
They over there doing that breath work. They so relaxed. They don't want to come starting that.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. It's a peaceful Sunday, man. I did my thing on the background. I forgot to animate it though.
You got some more content coming on today, right?
Yes, sir. Let me get some of those ads up.
Yeah, got some ads, man.
Let the people see what we got.
Indeed.
Today at 4 o'clock, none other than Minister Inky will be
before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Hey, yo, bro. Yo, is the thing still playing or you can hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yo, bro, I'm super excited about that, bro. Like, Minister Inky was like one of the first like teachers that I ever really like was really turning me on to like certain information and like sparking that drive to keep striving for information. Like, I got his DVDs right here, bro, that I used to get from the
DVDs over there, bro.
Yeah, bro, like I used to get them from the cell phone shop in my hood, Mac Records, man. Like,
I get a copy of that. How can I get a copy of that DVD?
I'm trying to get them to put them on to like burn them onto the laptop so I could put them onto a drive, a USB drive, and like once I get them on the Google, what's the name? I'll send you the whole.
Charge me for that DVD right there, man. I want to buy that one right there.
Yeah, which one was this one? I got a couple of his DVDs. This is Cellular Warfare. I got one on bodybuilding where he was like,
I'll rip them and send them back to you.
Oh, facts. Word up.
You already know.
Yeah,
I'll send them back with a hoodie and everything. So let's figure it out later.
Yeah. Facts. But I just wanted to say that I'm super excited about checking out Minister Inky when he come on later, bro. Cause like that's definitely somebody that was real influential and me building what I'm building today. So I would love an opportunity to chop it up with him and to hear what he
Oh yeah,
got going on.
he's stepping in the argument alley. You can come up and ask all your questions. He said he's gonna be taking the hot seat questions, man. He wants
Yeah,
the
that's
pressure.
fire, bro.
He's
You
not
did your
sure.
1-2 with that one. That's dope.
You know, he's ready to stand on what he believes in. So yeah,
I remember
we
they was
excited to have
saying
him
it in
on
the
here.
chat, like they were saying it in the chat, like, yeah, Inky coming up. And I'm like, Minister Inky? And they like, yeah. I'm like, Minister Inky. They're like, why you sound so surprised? I'm like, man, I'm soup. What y'all talking about?
I'm soup too, for real. I'm just, I ain't trying
That's
to,
what's up.
I still got to host the show though. I gotta.
Yeah, you gotta keep it level of decorum, brother.
Hey, I've been around.
That's
It's
what's
like
up, though.
even in my other business, I used to be around a bunch of
So yeah,
celebrities.
you say he come on.
And the thing is, you can't take your phone out and be trying to take selfies. Like that make you look like a fan. So you gotta
Back.
be able. Yeah. But
So
yeah,
that's
definitely excited about this. This one about to be lit, bro. I'm the
that's
new
at 3
of
today.
my own content. That's why I do what I do. I'm meeting the coolest people in some of the weirdest ways, and I love that for my life right now. Let me go ahead and play a few more ads real quick about what we got coming up. We also have round 2 Clash of the Titans this Saturday.
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. 2 intellectual warriors, 1 explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eaton, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eaton steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowering demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League.
Yo, A1, you be freestyling them intros?
Nah, man. I come up with something. I don't freestyle them.
Oh, yeah. Well, I say them jokes be fire, bro. I'll be like, damn.
After doing so many though, I have like it'll be parts in there where in the script where I sometimes I'll just go off or yeah, it's getting fun.
Man, you doing your thing,
JJ hit
George
that link,
Bergen.
man. Lord Benu is taking questions right now. So yeah, we have Minister Inky at 4. Minister Inky is at 4, and at 7, right after Minister Inky. Today, it's about to be a packed Sunday, man. We also have an argument alley with none other.
Where they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Yo.
Yes, that's the spot. Make sure you are there.
Peace to the God in you. Brother just came up.
Oh yeah, you can't hear the ads, can you? But no.
Huh?
You can't hear the ads playing?
Oh no, it went out, but then it came back in again. Like my sound had went out. I don't know if that was on my end or what, but I
Oh no,
thought it was over.
no, you cool. I just sometimes people can't hear them though.
Yeah, no, I
What's
heard
up?
it.
We
Then it
got
was,
JJ7K, the people's champ. I'm just trying to give him his shot, give him his intro. He dropped off. He may have had some connection issues. He'll probably be back up here.
yeah, I heard a lot about JJ, man. I ain't never get the chance to meet him or interact with him. Or maybe I did, but I just know him, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I heard a lot of people chopping it up about JJ.
Yeah, pull back up, JJ. That link is down there, Roy Chess. Lord Banu is taking questions. I saw you had a few in the chat you were asking.
Peace,
But
Roy.
yeah, you were getting into breaking down some more about UMECA for the people.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I told y'all what it's about. The Universal Melanin Enrichment Center of Abundance. Some things that we've done. I start out where we originated in New Jersey, the Shore area, Asbury Park, Neptune area. We've done a lot of good things for the community.
Rewind that. You're not just gonna slide past that. That universal.
The Universal Melanin Enrichment Center of Abundance. Yeah.
That's hard right there. I like that. Pause. Shout out JJ7K, the people's champ, the one and only banging heads from platform to platform. He just crashed the panel. How you feeling today, JJ7K?
Hey man, peace and blessings, man. I feel blessed and highly favored, man. Shout out to Titans Debate League. Hey, shout out to JJ7K TV, Lions Den. We watching on other channels. We streaming the show so more people can listen to this brother. You know, we gotta start collaborating, man. If you got somebody on the line, man, jump on a panel. Hey, share it to your panel, man, so people can, get this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, man.
Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, bro.
Did you have any questions for Lord Banu? You know, he is looking for debates as well. So
okay, well, I'm back in retirement, man. So I'm back on my Don King. You know what I'm saying? So till I find maybe a worthy opponent, but Lord Banu, are you like a Muslim or Kemetic? What you got going, brother?
Well, no, I identify as a Banubian. And that basically means that someone who strives to be better than they were yesterday wakes up today anew, rises in brilliance, and just shines. You know what I'm saying? It's a way for us to redefine ourselves from the labels that were imposed upon us, and to create something out of beauty instead of something that's out of oppression and the suffering that we went through. So yeah, that's how I identify. I'm not anti any belief system, but I do defend our way of life and worldview amongst that. So yeah.
So what type of literature or spiritual books do you deal with? Like the Gnostic books? I mean, where are you getting your path of enlightenment from? Like, what's influencing you?
Well, it's a lot of things that are influencing me, but I would say that my major influence is the lack of independent identity in our community. I grew up Christian, and well, in a Christian household. I wouldn't say that I fully subscribed coming up, but I've done some studies in Kemetic sciences. That's where I got my name from. Well, not where I got my name from, but where it derives from, the concept behind my name and being Banubian. I do a lot of studying from and Amos Wilson to Neely Fuller Jr. I draw. Well, I like to say that I let source lead the way. You know what I'm saying? And I just I do God's will. You know what I'm saying? And my interpretation of God is you could relate it to the all and the Kabbalion, I think that God, what we just describe as God, is a universal mind that we all live inside of, and that everything that we're experiencing in this reality is inside of that mind. And we create the same way with our minds on a smaller scale and capacity. So
Yeah. Okay. So, like you said, you're looking to debate. So, are you looking to defend your teachings, or basically you looking to debate a Hebrew Israelite, a Muslim? I mean, how would you defend your, your teachings?
yeah, I would say that that would be something that I would be interested in as far as debating, is defending my stance on things. Those are the kind of debates that I like to get into, not as much as perpetuating things that wouldn't be that we can't utilize to make a better community for ourselves. Like, I think a lot of times we get into debates that are egotistical, and to try to say that my information is better than yours and things like that. But I like to frame minds around things that are gonna spark interest in the community, and not just that, just give some initiative to people to put in some type of change in what's going on in the community, and not just a ego clash. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think defending some of the worldviews that we hold would be an avenue that I would enjoy taking, more than attacking someone else's worldview or the way they see the world.
Okay, so do Jesus fit in your worldview? Or are you for or against what Christians and Hebrew Israelites believe and teach?
I wouldn't say that I'm against it, but the thing that I would be against, that I find a lot of that's very present in the religious communities, is a attitude of dominance and superiority, and holding the idea that one worldview is the way to go, and if anything is outside of that, then it's deemed unrighteous or negative. You know what I'm saying? So that would be my only contention with religions. I think that they all are in service to the one and only God that there is, but it's just different interpretations of what that God is due to their books that they have to describe what God is and what God wants. But I think they all have underlying similarities, and they're all talking about the same thing from my perspective. And I think it's just when the ego gets involved that people can't come to a common ground, because they're striving to be right instead of being righteous.
Okay. So one more question, and I'm gonna turn it back over to everyone. So how do evolution and maybe atheism either contradict or support your way of teaching?
So evolution, and what was the second one?
Atheism.
Atheism. Okay. To what we're trying to build, those views wouldn't be a problem unless they became something that was trying to be pushed as a narrative that everyone should have. So I think man creates his own concepts of God, or lack thereof, and is entitled to. Like, even myself, I create words and terms and concepts and phrases that benefit me and people that I'm attached to, as far as making sense of this reality that we in. So if somebody doesn't have a belief in God, or or they say that there is no God, I would hope that they still hold the idea that our babies are in need of help, and that we are under an attack, whether it be spiritually, physically, mentally, and those things could be combated through a unification of any worldview or beliefs on creation or evolution. I think that our survival is dependent on moving beyond that, and building from a foundation of what we need in the present moment. So I'm not against anybody's idea of there not being a creator, but I hold a different view that there is a creator. You know what I'm saying? And that wouldn't stop me from being your brother. You know what I'm saying? Or working with you to make a better world that we live in, whether that's with the concept of a God or not, or the concept that we evolved from something else or not, because at the end of the day, we're all here, and that's a reality that we can't deny.
So give me like 3 good, some like talking points that would like galvanize the people. Like what's the most important 3 things that we need to do as a people to work as one? Besides, and I know you said we gotta like lead. We basically, if we're gonna work together, my opinion is that we come to a collective table. But when you come to this table, before you enter the door, you got to take your shoes off. That means you're leaving your Islam at the door. You're leaving your Jehovah's Witness at the door, and you come in with a clear mind. Because if we can go to work every day and work with people who come from all walks of life, and then they all had different religions, all have different spiritual views. But when we get together, as soon as somebody say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, as soon as somebody say I'm a Kemetic or atheist, we already got a red flag up.
Right, trying to tear it.
You're right. So I'm actually, what do you think we need to do? Like 3 good things that can bring us together.
Okay, so I'm glad that you said 3 things, you know what I'm saying? Because it's actually in alignment with one of our principles, and it's named after my son, I Am. So we have an I Am principle, and those 3 things are integrity, accountability, and mentality. Integrity, as far as being honest, is what you mean and what you intend on doing, and doing the right thing to other people, as far as what you would want done to you. You know what I'm saying? And moving in a healthy way like that. The second one is accountability, and that's taking responsibility for your actions. If you're in the wrong, you should be able to admit that the part that you played in this situation, independent of someone else recognizing the part that they played in it. But accountability goes both ways. If I'm holding myself accountable, I still have the ability to hold you accountable for what you're doing and what you're bringing to this situation. And the last one is mentality, and that is the attitude of your mind and the way you think. I said earlier in the program that one of my friend's fathers dropped a jewel on me when I was younger, to always keep a positive mental attitude. You know what I'm saying? And building a mentality around things that are beneficial and positive, and highlight the good and great and amazing things in your life. It would be not only a benefit to you, but it would be benefit to everybody around you. One of the things I said earlier was that don't be as focused on having a good day as you are as making sure the day has a good you. So projecting that out into the world, and so that's the 3 things that I think that we could all bring to the table, where we could leave our religions and different things like that at the door, like you said, leaving that at the door and coming to the table with just that I Am principle, that I'm gonna be honest and keep that integrity. I'm gonna hold myself and everyone here accountable, and make sure I'm keeping a positive mental attitude as far as what we building and what we working towards. Thank you, man. That was a good question.
He's a keeper. He's a keeper. A1, just a good one right here, man. Hey, that's all I wanted, man. I gotta get some stuff I gotta set up, man. But yeah, I just wanted to pop in, man. Give a shout out to A1. Hey, you doing good, man? All right, little Rocky. I see you. Proud.
Appreciate you popping up, brother.
All right, please.
Have a good day. Shout out JJ7K, the people's champ. That was a positive build, man. Positive build.
Word. What is he saying?
Keep expounding on that, though. You ain't got to stop there.
Is it? Now I'm trying to read some of these comments to see if, like, I don't know if he talking to me or responding to somebody else in the comment. But he could come up. Roy Chess. You know what I mean? I don't. Even Michigan Natural Living. I want to. I think they having a conversation back and forth, but I will invite them up to the stage as well too. You know what I'm saying? To tap into some of the things, but yeah, man. Like,
up here, gentlemen. I'm gonna drop that link right there.
But yeah, like what this is really about to me is just, you know what I'm saying, making a better world for my son and you know what I'm saying, that generation that's, you know what I'm saying, coming up now, because a lot of this information, all of this information has been here, you know what I'm saying, and I think that a lot of it was being utilized, like I keep saying it, egotistically, you know what I'm saying, and just to be able to prove a point and to say that I'm better than you, you know what I'm saying, and in that process we've been neglecting the babies on their way up, because we could have been, it should be so many institutions right now that are built for the benefit of these babies, you know what I'm saying, and we leave that job or that occupation to other groups of people to build those institutions for us, and then complain about the way they treat us in those institutions that they've created, you know what I'm saying, and we give away our power, the power to create words, the power to create these institutions, the power to create our own worldview, the power to come together and work together independent of anybody else, you know what I'm saying. So that's my main goal, is just to show people that, you know what I'm saying, this is possible, and you can do this, whether somebody tell you can't, you can or you can't, you know what I'm saying, and whether you tell yourself you can or you can't, you're right either way. You know what I'm saying? So it would be more beneficial to tell yourself that you can do anything that you set your mind to. And even if you don't think that you can, then I just want to let you know that I believe and I know that you can. And that might be the support that somebody needs to just get up off their ass and do what they need to do. Word. Yeah, come on up, man. I'm in my mood now. You know what I'm saying? One got me in my zone. You heard? Just chopping it up, building. That's what's up, man. I like it. I like it a lot. Wait, he on here? Let's see. Yes, but the example I gave is specific. You are referring to equivalence. Even that wouldn't that be absolute? What you mean by absolute? Is he talking about something I'm saying?
No, he's responding to Michigan's Natural Living. I believe they're both about to pull up.
Oh, okay, cool.
I know Michigan's Natural Living is. And there he goes, right there. How you feeling, Sadiq?
Oh, that's who that was? Sadiq, what up, bro?
Hey, what's up, bro? What's going on, Lord Benu, man? I was out in the comments like, thanks, Lord Benu teaching in this motherfucker.
That's man, I appreciate you, bro.
You was dead on the money, bro. Facts, bro. Facts. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm just trying to build tribe, man, and community, like minds, get them together. You know what I'm saying, and create something, man. I don't know it all. There's brothers in here that's way past me in intelligence and knowing different things, man. I'm inviting them in, like, come teach. I want to learn from you. You know what I mean? We all learn from each other, man.
Facts, bro. I didn't know you thought like that, man. Okay, man, more respect. I really know I always respected you anyway, man. You earned more respect from me today, bro. Facts, man. I was feeling what you were saying, man. Preach, bro. You know,
Man,
you and the
thank you,
family,
bro.
the panel. Peace to the panel, everybody. Peace, peace, A1. Peace, JJ.
Peace, peace. Expound on the conversation you were having in the chat.
So yeah, we can. Of course, that's one of my fortes. Pretty good. Pretty. I've been told I'm pretty decent at it. Just a little bit. Know a lot about a little bit. Um. Rich, okay, well, he said, my brother Lord Bender was saying, you know, I don't like to really deal with the ego clash, which reflects my own, some of my own perspective. And so, so I kind of, my brother said, yeah, you know, but especially where it's concerned with authority and intellectual authorities in society may try to push this on something that everybody should believe. I would call it an absolute. Why you can believe what you want, like into 5 times 5 equals 25. That is one version of truth that you can believe. It's an absolute truth within your own perspective. You would, and if one was to think that way, or if you were to believe and take one particular absolute way to which is false. But if you can do it because you have a free will, you can take a one version to get to a certain methodology to get to a certain ends or a certain truth. It's many equations, many numerical equations to get to the 25 is what I was explaining to my brother Roy Chess in the comments. So see, the brain can think in many different ways. There's many different ways to rationalize 25. But whereas now where Roy Chess would be correct is that where a person who has a very limited mind, very narrow way of thinking, we each have our own perspectives, like until where we would like until we each have our own perspectives. Some of us haven't is not as learned and not as read. So we call these individuals possibly ignorant. They ignore a lot of things. And so they're stuck with a very narrow way of thinking, and they have answers too. As narrow as it is, nonetheless, they have a right to stand on their own truth, which is absolutely true in their own minds and shit, right? But they may not be aware of other perspectives that would give them that answer in a more sophisticated, more, how can you say, a more wise, more comprehensive way that would take them perhaps further, which only comes about when you compare your perspective and you break your own absolute and you compare it to other people's perspectives. Then and only then will you know truly if you know what you know, if it's correct or not. So one that stands on one book is said to know none, right? And so he's who reads many books or reads 10 books, 100 books is like equivalent to he reading 1,000 or lived 1,000 lifetimes. Where he who read one, I think one absolute way, one truth, he knows none, little to nothing, only lived one life, one absolute life, which is false. We live many lives. That was where I didn't want to type all of that in the comments down there, but that was my line of thinking when I made that comment down with my brother Roy Chess and with my brother Lord anew.
Peace, everyone. I am here.
What's up, brother?
What's up? So that I was wondering what you would, I'm glad you expanded on that, but I think the context we're using is different, right? So that's why I mentioned the word equivalence, right? So I agree with you that, yeah, there are many ways to get to 25, but the example that I gave is a specific way that cannot be denied, right? So that's what I mean by absolute, that the truth value does not change no matter whose perspective it is. So that's what usually absolutes mean, is that the value doesn't change.
Yeah. So we know that you would have to stand. Now, when we go into an absolute, now we're gonna say absolutes is true. We're gonna just to play devil's advocate. Absolutes are true now. So 5 is the only number. Ignore all other possible. Okay, 5 is the only number. Times another 5. Wait. Let's just follow, because you kind of put it to me. So I'm gonna go ahead and expound it. We're gonna go into an absolute. Because absolutes is true given the logic. So 5, because you said that's the only, when you say it's absolutely true, we're not going to deal with the 25. We're going to do it absolutely the whole equational sentence, because they're all speaking one unified result. And you 25 equals no absolute 25 equals 5 times 5, and no absolute 5 times and 5 times 5 equals 25. We're going to deal with the different directions. I don't know what your definition of absolute is, but when you approach me with that, I'm going to take it apart in many different ways. I'll try to limit it. And so I'll just say that you can read the equation, first of all, forward to backward. Each individual character also has to stand on its own absolute. Now, we don't see this in the laws of mathematics. We don't see this in university level math when those have decent application. We don't see mathematicians that think this way. But my brothers question the logic. So if those are the only numbers, and that's the only way to get to 25, if to 25 is the sole answer to all equations, then that would be the absolute truth. See,
No,
you see what
that's
I'm
not
saying?
what I'm saying.
Or
That's
if
not.
a person,
You're changing the context.
well, I don't think you understand my context. If you have a different context, then you could say that. But the context that I'm using is that nobody's minds. My brother Lord Benu said something very important. He went into the way the mind works and how the God, if you will, is likened to all mind, which is true. And so we have to broaden the spectrum here uh, to play against any truth, particularly small, very narrow one, such as 5 plus 2, or 2 plus 2 equals 4, 1 plus 3 equals 4, 0 plus 4 equals 4, 5 minus 1 equals 4, 10. The combinations are endless. That's where your wisdom are. But due to each sentence stands true within a finite limitation in relation to the infinite grand truth, the collective truth. Just like we all have our own perspectives, which is true, absolutely true to you. You see what I'm saying? See, there's many calculators in the world that can calculate any
Yeah,
different
but they
problem
would
at any
still
given
be
time
absolute.
within that perspective.
Yeah, but that they're all going to be true, right? If
Now,
they're
with
all
absolute,
true,
now,
that means
okay,
that
go ahead.
there's an absolute.
Now, would that truth be absolutely
Because the
true as
value of
relates?
all of them is true.
Okay,
Because
now
it will
with that,
never be false, right? What under your definition, when will it ever be false? That's why I'm saying it's an absolute.
yeah.
It will never be
So,
false.
so if a person goes into the math classes or attempts to debate mathematicians, right? Given that logic, you lose emphatically due to your lacking of mastery of how math
No,
actually work in
no,
logic as well. You could not. You could, man. You would be
no.
hideously horrible at
I'm telling
math.
you what it works. I'm telling you what it
You see what I'm
is.
saying?
I'm telling you what it is.
Right.
It works in philosophy and in math.
So can I touch on this real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
I
Yeah.
think you brought up something dope. Where you said infinite and finite, right?
Facts.
So when we talking about an infinite game, right? It's a game that's played for the purpose of continuously playing, right?
Facts.
There is no end or
Facts.
winner or loser. Those things don't exist. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But when we're talking about finite games, those have winners, losers, beginnings, endings, and they're played for the purpose of winning. So I think that these absolutes and these matter of factly and definite things exist in a finite way of thinking and a way of being.
Facts.
If we're living in an infinite game or infinite possibility, something can be right, or something can be wrong, or something can be right and wrong, or something can be neither right and wrong, or you know what I'm saying? It's endless possibilities, and we're just looking liken it to a submarine with a radar.
You're broken up.
Okay,
I can hear you clearly.
I couldn't hear.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I couldn't hear everything he said.
He said
he broke up.
I heard what he said. Your shit went smooth, brother. Keep on cruising, brother. You cooking.
So I was going to say that I was saying that infinite games are played for continuous play, and finite games are played for winning and losing. And in that infinite mentality, so I would liken this whole concept to a submarine with a radar blimp with a radar on it, right? All we can access and see is what's on our radar, but outside of our radar, the possibilities are endless. There's so many different possibilities to get to the things that you need or what you're trying to get to, but you can only see what's on your radar. So that's what would make it absolute and in that finite thinking. But if you're thinking in an infinite way, then you know that nothing is absolute. There's endless possibilities to everything, and that's all I wanted to say. You could go ahead now.
So my brother Benu just took what you said, Brother Roy Chess, and spread that mofo nice and thick with wisdom. He put a lot of wisdom on that. It just comes down to a matter of fact of how much wisdom are we going to apply to these mathematics. I mentioned a comment earlier about ignorant and about narrow-minded, where perspective is concerned. My brother alluded to having a visual acuity of integrating perspective in terms of the grant of the scope, how wide or small, exceedingly small your scope could be. So while we could get a calculator out and punch in a 1 + 1 = 2, you won't essentially know anything or see it via, you won't observe anything. You can't do too much with that. And there's many ways to illustrate that, some of which my brother and I myself has already done it. So there you go. Have a nice day.
You're talking about method. He's talking about methodology just like you are. So
Right.
what I'm saying is, yeah, we can agree that there may be many ways to wash a car or paint a building,
Right.
but you're still painting the building and washing the car. So
Right.
the value, so the context that I'm using is a little bit different. So
Right.
the context that I'm using is whether the value changes or not. You're talking about how do I get to the value, right? So
Okay. Could I ask? Could I stop right there? I mean, use your words. I tell people all the time, if you want to get me, use my words. That's how you get me. I will use yours. When you said whether the value changes or not, deals with your context using that equation. What do you mean by that?
yes.
Whether the value changes or not.
Whether it's true or false, right? So if it's true and it's never false, then it would be an absolute, and
Right.
vice versa. If it's
That's
always
that's
false,
subjective.
Right.
that's not
Exactly.
subjective. That's not subjective.
That's subjective. So what you're
That's
doing,
not
what you're
subjective.
doing is what you're trying to do is merge moral ethics with mathematical absolutes.
No,
So
math will tell you the
there,
same
there are
thing.
there are there are
That's the
universal
mathematical
truths. Hold on,
principle.
hold on. Let me finish. Let me get my sentence out because there are universal truths in math,
Guys, sorry.
but in what you're trying to do as far as like moral ethics, that's kind of like relative, damn
No,
near.
I'm not. I'm not doing anything about ethics or morality. I'm
Well, you
giving a
asked a question
mathematical
about
principle.
what was good or bad, so that's like subjective.
No, I never said anything about good or bad. I never mentioned good or bad.
Okay, well, I must have misheard you. Then go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
He
ahead.
said, whether it change or not.
Yeah, whether it changes or not, whether it's true or false or not, whether the statement being made is true or false.
So that's
And if
subjective, right? Being it
no,
true
it's
or
not.
false. Why is it?
No,
Facts.
that's not subjective.
He's caught between an absolute and breaking the absolute.
That's
But
not.
you're gonna have to break
That's
that
not
motherfucker if you're
subjective.
gonna make any kind of sense on here. Now, if you can hang out with the absolute on the 5x5 if you want to, you're gonna lose all the rubber off the. You're gonna lose the rubber off your wheel. You're gonna go into the weeds like you
So I
almost
take it
did with dude,
you're not.
my brother.
I take it you're not familiar with mathematical proof theory. I'm
With 5
giving
times
you
giving your absolute, you said whether it change or not.
mathematics.
According to your
Yeah,
logic, 5 times 5 is 25, which doesn't change, which
correct.
violates the absolute. Right, right. That's
No, it
it
doesn't
doesn't.
violate. It is an absolute.
So I
It
can easily
doesn't change.
explain it. So now, when we're dealing with concepts that don't change, where do you see this at? And I'm gonna go a little further. Where do we see? Because we're dealing with wisdom as well. We're not dealing with just absolute, simple, mundane computation, as I mentioned earlier. Now, where in your life or in nature, by and large, right? Because we're looking at what you were saying and what I'm saying as it relates to what's going on outside in the outside world. We're not disconnected. We're not separated in absolute in our limited state of affairs. We're going big and small, like the law hermetical, as above, so below, and vice versa, inside out. We're going to the micro to the macro, brother. Walk with your brother, all right? And we're gonna take the scenic route. Now, we know in nature we don't see your logic. Look, where in nature do we see a constant in that particular context where where could you show us, brother, that your logic is something that we see readily outside in any regard, in any field of science?
So there's no such thing as my logic. There's that's not even a thing.
What are you
But it
using to
doesn't.
make your point?
I'm using
Which,
principle.
okay, principle. Okay. Now, is there a line of reasoning involved? Do you agree with that wording?
Yes, the
Okay.
line of reasoning is the principles themselves in inference rules, right?
Okay.
So I study this,
Okay.
right? So mathematics and philosophy have similar principles in
right.
effect. So when mathematicians prove something, they're using some of the same principles that philosophers use to prove it. Now to get to
well, now you're making up stuff. Because hold on,
I'm gonna stand back and let you guys stick it. Go ahead, brother. I'm
not making up stuff.
Two plus, hold on, just don't tell me, brother. You can just correct me if I'm wrong. But 2 + 2 = 4 is a quantitative truth, right? In math, right?
It depends on what you're adding.
There's something called in math called laws of non-contradiction, right? Where it says that it says let me finish, brother.
It says that
hold on, brother. It says that why you keep cutting me?
Because
it says that you, brother, if you disagree, just mute out and then you can tell me how I'm wrong when I get done. Like I did for you. So so that's all I'm asking. So the law of non-contradiction states that something cannot be A and a let's say negative A in the same in context. So it can't mean both things. It has to be in math. 2 + 2 can't actually mean something else. But if you're talking about when you're asking about truth, that is subjective, brother. Because let's say a moral a society's moral standard in one society is different later. Who can say what moral code is more or right, brother? That's kind of like some imperialism type of a end of the road type of a that's subjective.
So you're confused. No, it's not.
I'm not confused.
Yes, you are. So first of all, the law that you just gave, the law of it has nothing to do with mathematics. It didn't come from mathematics. It comes from philosophy. There are 3 laws of so-called logical thought. That's what you were quoting. Now, if
that's not what I quoted, brother. That's not what I quoted.
It is what you quoted.
I gave you what I quoted.
You gave the name and then you gave the definition. You said it was the law of non-contradiction.
That is the law, right? Yes, sir. In math.
So that's not math. Don't tell me it's math. It's definitely not math. That's not where it comes from. So is that law subjective? Since truth, because you said it off truth, is it subjective? Tell me where it fails.
Brother, I said it's a quantitative. Brother, I started off by saying that it's a quantitative truth.
What do you mean it's a quantitative truth? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is the
brother? It means that it applies no matter what geography you are in, no matter what how much amount of melanin you have in your skin. 2 + 2 is going to be 4, no matter what. Brother, it does mean that.
That's not what quantum means.
Bro, that's not what you asked me. You asked me, brother. You asked me, brother. You asked me what does a quantitative truth mean in regards to math. We're talking about math here, brother.
No, we're not.
If you're talking about something else, then we're talking about absolutes in mathematics, universal truths in math.
So
that's what we're talking about.
That's what you're confused.
So universal. No, I'm not confused because what distinguishes in you're trying to conflate the two. You're trying to conflate ethics, brother. You're trying to conflate ethics, brother. Yes, you did. When you asked the question about right or wrong and truth, and those are subjective statements, brother.
It's something true and false.
Right. True or that's brother. That's subjective. Those are subjective statements.
It's not.
Go ahead.
No, it's not. So you're confusing universal truths with quantum truths. There's no such thing as quantum truths unless you're a physicist. Okay, so I don't know where you're getting that. And what is the difference?
I clearly said we're talking about math. Isn't physics math?
It's not math. No, it isn't.
My God, brother.
Physics is not math. What are you talking about? There's mathematics. Does physics use mathematics? Yes, but you studying physicist. You being a study physicist.
Okay, so brother, that has nothing, brother. You're moving the goalpost. We're talking about so and those are absolute truths. So what you're talking about, asking something about is something true or just false, is subjective.
Are those absolute?
Brother, you're talking about
subjective. You can't have both ways.
No, we're talking about what you're saying, brother. Now you just arguing. You're not even making sense in your argument, brother. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. When you talk about true and wrong, you're making subjective statements that has nothing to do with mathematics.
I never said
brother.
That.
Well, finish your sentence. Finish your sentence. Repeat what you said.
Why did you keep putting true, right, and wrong with truth? If I make a statement that King J is a man, that's not anything subjective, is it?
Yes, it is subjective because it depends on what type of. Yes, it is.
So tell me, how is it subjective?
Brother, do you know how many
Does it
different terms
change?
that they have? Yeah, the terminology, brother. Society. You know how many they have he, she's now that go by different. Brother, there's so many different terms of what is a woman,
That's
what is a
identity.
man, a sister.
Yeah,
Right,
but
and that's subject. That is
that's
subjective because a
identity.
science because a
That's not
scientist will
subjective.
tell you,
Okay.
brother. Listen,
So,
listen. You don't have to talk to be right or wrong, brother. We're not arguing. We just talking, right?
Let's hear more
so
chess.
science
So
is subjective.
Of course.
Science is subjective, then, right? Okay.
no,
So, all
whatever.
right.
No. We've already established that science is not subjective. It's absolute.
What?
Uh
What?
oh.
So
You're
how
talking
you how
about
do you
Don't
get
give Roy
you're
chess. No.
talking about brother. You're talking about a sex change, brother. It's not science. That's a cosmetic
no,
surgery.
no. I'm talking about any science. Since when is there a science that's objective? You're using the word objective incorrectly. So you're confusing, because 1 minute you say knowledge is subjective, and then
Brother,
you
I
tell me
haven't
that
said anything
knowledge.
but repeated everything that you said and
No,
made
you
distinctions between
no, you
science
never
and math
repeated.
and moral
You never
ethics.
repeated
That's
anything I
what,
said.
and ever since then, you haven't said a word. You've just been
I never said
filibustering.
any.
So
You keep
maybe go ahead and continue with your point, and we can quit arguing about stuff that I didn't say. Go ahead.
No, you keep changing what I'm saying. I never said anything that you said. You keep bringing up the right and wrong thing. I never said anything about ethics. I never said anything about
Okay,
anything that you're bringing up
okay. Well,
here.
I stand correct. I stand corrected. Go continue on. Go ahead.
And second of all, the terminology is wrong that you're using. So the law of non-contradiction does not come from math. It comes from philosophy. And there are three laws that you can look up on Google right now. And it doesn't come from philosophy. It doesn't come from mathematics. It does come from philosophy. So like your love of science is like crazy. There is no science that can give you absolutes. Now, when you can show me one that gives you absolutes without a possibility of being wrong, then I will listen to what you're saying.
Brother, all scientific theories have falsibility in it, brother. That's like a disingenuous, like, come on now. But we're still gonna
So
like
you're
use the
admitting that
theory
it can be wrong.
because, brother, no, a theory being open to refinement does not
I
mean
didn't
that the
say
theory is
theory. I
wrong,
didn't say
brother,
theory.
brother. Yes, you did
I
because you
didn't
said it
say
had to have.
theory.
Brother, you
Did
talked
I
about
say
the fault,
theory? I
brother.
didn't say
I
science.
said theory.
No,
I
yours,
said
that's
theory,
correct.
but you talked
Correct.
about the
You said. What
falsibility
did I
within
say?
science, right?
All
Within the
science,
scientific theory,
not
brother.
one,
Brother, just
not
stop
one
it,
theory,
brother.
all
Stop it.
theories. All theories. Address all theories, not just one of them.
We're
Give
talking
me
about science.
one.
We're talking about scientific theories, brother, and they all have levels of falsibility within them, and they are all
So are
open
they
for. And hold
subjective?
on, quick brother. Listen, they are all because you're not even listening to hear. You're just responding to argue. So at this point, no matter
You're
what
not
I
making
say,
sense.
I am making sense.
No,
A
you're not.
scientific theory being open to refinement does not mean that the scientific theory is incorrect.
So why are you updating it? I would like to hear that
Because
answer.
new discoveries, new information at the time, and refinement. It doesn't mean that it's
Because
wrong. It's built upon, right? So just like
a
we
lot
look
of
at
it is
Darwin's
wrong. That's
natural
why it's built
selection,
upon.
what? Huh?
A lot of it is wrong. Which is why it's built upon.
Wrong. No,
A
you're
lot of
using
it
the
is
wrong terminology. It's not wrong.
no. Some of it is absolutely wrong, and it has been wrong, and it's been proven wrong.
Why is this theory not debunked and is a new theory then? If the theory has already been like, let's go with Newton's theories of gravity or laws of physics. Has that been debunked?
So in some cases, yes. It
So
doesn't.
what's the new theory?
So some of the quantum physics is the new theory. It doesn't. Newton physics doesn't align with the current modern quantum physicist theories.
So is
So
quantum
it
physics
doesn't.
is quantum physics an accepted practice or is it still fringe pseudo?
No, it's a respected field. What are you talking about?
So it has replaced. So you're saying that quantum physics science has replaced Newton's theory.
Did I say it replaced it? No. I'm saying that it's improved upon it. It's Newton's physics doesn't cover everything.
So we
That
have a new
quantum physics
theory. We have a new scientific theory, correct?
is a new scientific theory. I
Or
don't know. I
what's the
don't know.
name of it? What's the name of it? So I can
The
look it up.
field,
'Cause it sounds like
is.
you're making it up.
I'm not making it up. it's an academic field.
I know what the field is. I've studied. I'm familiar with what you're talking about. But you said it's replaced a current model that we have in place. So are you lying, or are you just saying something to just argue? Huh?
Things to what I'm saying. I never said it replaced it. Did I say it replaced it?
Then what's the point of bringing it up for? Then it still stands as truth.
No, Newton physics doesn't stand as
truth. If it hasn't been replaced, the model is true.
It hasn't been replaced, Einstein. It hasn't been. It's still there.
Right. Exactly. So what are you bringing up the point of? So it's still correct. It's not
correct. It doesn't work in quantum physics. That's what I'm telling you.
But we're not talking about quantum physics. So therefore, if the current model that we're using is correct, and quantum physics comes along, and quantum physics doesn't fit along with the current model that's correct, then quantum physics is what's wrong.
No, you are not educated at all, brother. If
quantum physics was correct, it would replace our current model, and that's what we.
No, where are you getting that from? What do you?
What do you mean? What do you mean? When did I say that's incorrect? We have a current model that we're using.
Yeah.
Hold on. We have a current model that we're using, right? And you're suggesting that quantum physics, since this discovery, has replaced our current model.
Did I say it replaced it? No.
Right. They both so therefore they both exist, but only one is correct.
In some contexts, one is correct more than the other. Yes.
So what the heck are you talking about, brother? Like, come on, brother. This conversation is definitely. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Do you not understand English? Like, I'm speaking English and you keep misrepresenting my words. I don't understand why you keep doing that. And then you're doing it repeatedly. Like, I'm thinking that you're doing it intentionally. So you don't understand that when I say something is true or false, that's nothing to do with ethics or morality. Like when I said that you are a man is not an ethical claim, it's not a moral claim. Like, you are totally confused. You are the person who is just talking to respond, not me.
Those things are subjective, and those things doesn't have anything to do with mathematical equations or anything universal or any universal type of anything. So those are subjective. When you're asking somebody if what is true and what is false, you may get different answers depending on who you ask.
No,
therefore, those are just those. Yes,
that's ridiculous.
Yes. No, it's not ridiculous.
If I say 5 times 5 is 25, how is somebody?
Now you're talking about math.
It doesn't matter if it's math.
Yes, you do. Yes, it does. Brother. That's why I distinguished before I even started talking to you, brother. There's universal math truth, and then you're talking about ethical code. I gave, brother. If you quit cutting me off, you understand. I gave the actual talking about when I talked about different cultures having different moral codes depending on the time and the culture. Those are subjective truths. It has nothing to do with math.
Truths.
Those things have anything to do with math.
Those are not moral claims.
We could agree that unaliving somebody may be bad or wrong thing to do, no matter what time. No matter what time period it is. So those are subjective truths, brother. It has nothing to do with 5 times 5 being 25.
You don't understand concepts. You understand practicality. You're a science lover, so it figures.
Yo, can I just say something real quick? You feel me? Like, I don't want to interrupt y'all, Bill. Like, I'm thoroughly enjoying it, but I just want to thank y'all for the duality. You feel me? Because I was feeling a little incomplete with all of the positivity. You know what I'm saying? In the you know what I'm saying? Promoting that in peace. And it wouldn't be a true Benubian show without this Gemini duality. So thank you, brothers, for the back and forth debate, man. I'm loving it. Keep it up.
Thank you, brother.
He doesn't understand math, what's math and what's not math. He's confused. But go ahead. You like dictating the conversation.
Brother, I do understand brother. I do understand realism and essentialism. And those are the things that you're talking. Hold on. You asked me, do I understand? And you cut me off when I'm explaining.
No,
I do understand. I do understand those things, and that's why I'm separating them from. Hold on, brother. That's why I'm doing you the favor of separating them when you try to conflate the mathematical universal truths. They're two different things, brother. But go ahead.
So only mathematical truths are absolute to you? Is that what it is? Is that what you're saying? And everything else outside of math is subjective? Is that what you're saying? That's a question.
Brother, we're talking about realism and essentialism. And how they differ from these universal mathematical. Hold on, brother.
Why do you keep doing that?
Brother. Realism
Why do
and
you keep doing that?
essentialism. Because I'm framing the conversation correctly, so we won't get
No,
sidetracked
you're
into
not.
your
You're
little
making up stuff. You're making up stuff.
Starman. Listen, brother. We're talking about essentialism and realism versus universal mathematical truths.
Who
That's what we're
brought that
talking
up?
about. I did.
Who brought that up? Yeah, exactly. Nobody here was talking about that until you came. Now you're talking about that. So I'm asking
Brother,
you.
we haven't moved from that point since I made that statement. So it's clearly you stuck on it. I've conceded a long time ago, brother. Okay, I may have been misspoken. Go ahead and continue. But you keep going back to it. So now I want to distinguish what we actually are talking about, brother. We're talking about realism and essentialism, brother. That has
No,
nothing to do with math. When you start giving mathematical equations, now you're talking about math.
I didn't give you a mathematical.
Brother, you've been saying 5 times 5 for the longest.
Yeah, but I gave an example. I gave an example of an
So that would be
absolute.
an example of a mathematical equation. That would not have anything to do with essentialism or realism, brother. Stay focused on the conversation. You just arguing
That
and
was
arguing,
never the
and
conversation.
you getting kind of beat up. Go ahead.
No, I'm not getting beat up because you're just dictating the conversation. You're making up something that I never even spoke about. I gave an example of an absolute. So the concept of absolute is what the topic was. Then you brought it to morality and
Right. That is the conversation. The topic, absolute, and what is, and I'm differentiating what is absolute in math,
that's the
and
concept.
what is the difference in absolutes and math, and what differences in our
It's still
social.
an absolute,
Huh?
Einstein. It's still an absolute if
Different types
one
of
context
absolute.
is math.
There are different laws that apply to each one. So
What do you mean?
so
There are different laws
if
that
I say,
apply.
hold on, brother, if I say all truths are relative, what would you say?
Facts.
All truths are relative. So the mathematical ones are relative too.
I'm asking you a
Facts.
question. I'm asking you that question.
No, you're the one with that viewpoint. Don't ask me
Facts.
because you
Not a
already
viewpoint,
questioned yourself.
brother. I'm
You
asking
already
you the
questioned
question.
yourself.
Now you playing games,
I
brother.
need
Go
no,
ahead,
This
brother.
is where
I
this
need
is
you
where
to
the magic
clarify.
happens.
I need you to
Facts.
clarify your position because you're confused. 1 minute you're telling me that maths are absolute, then you're telling me knowledge is subjective. You're telling me truth is
It is
relative.
subjective. Right.
What's
But
subjective?
you won't answer the question. That's why you keep
Right.
won't answer that question.
I'm trying to
It's
get your
subjective based
point.
on perspective.
No, it cannot be. So the
No,
statement.
okay, let's stop there. It cannot be. Let's stop there. And that was an emphatic, absolute
Mathematical,
statement. Let's stop
yes,
there. Right? It cannot be.
mathematical example I
But no,
gave
let's stop there.
cannot be subjective.
It cannot be under
It
no
cannot be.
circumstances, and I'm gonna add no circumstances on that, mother. Now, if knowledge, and we're gonna slow walk this, homie. We're gonna slow walk this family. It's nowhere. I ain't got nowhere to go. I can only speak for myself, but I'm gonna go ahead and get my shovel out and make a grave real quick. Um, my brother said, just to repeat for those who just we throwing it back and forth right now. He says knowledge is not subjective under no circumstances.
Did I say that? No, I didn't.
And
I
you
never
said
said that.
you said it in a tense of absoluteness, right?
No,
We heard
no,
we heard
I
yeah.
didn't.
Okay, unless you, I
That's
give
not
you a
what I
chance to
said.
walk it back. If you want, I will walk that back. I'm listening, brother. What did you mean?
I gave an example of an absolute statement. I didn't say all knowledge was
Subjective, and you
I didn't say
disagree
all
with
knowledge.
you disagree with it being subjective. I repeat it. Let me repeat
Yes,
it again because
yes,
I was repeating it for
yes,
everybody, including
I
yourself.
did disagree.
So
Yes,
my
all
brother
knowledge
said,
is
because I
not
want to make it
subjective.
clear. My brother said
I'll
knowledge
say it
is not
again. All,
subjective between people.
no. I
He
said
says not
all knowledge.
subjective under no
I said
circumstances.
no. That's not what I
Okay.
said. I said
Okay.
all knowledge is not subjective. That's what I said. I said all knowledge is not subjective. Some knowledge is not subjective. I said all knowledge. Now show me where
So
I'm
when I
wrong.
You said
I actually was
there we go
I
again. He
actually
said,
was
"Oh, no.
was I actually
Shit."
was truth relative, brother. That was the
Right.
question.
You said truth is not relative, right? It would be
And I said some truths are not relative. That's what
Okay,
I said.
you now you just undid the knowledge, all knowledge being not subjective. Do you see the
No, I
logic,
did.
crossover logic in that?
So
You don't see
none
the
of you
logic.
have studied. No, none of you have studied logic formally.
So
So
what
how
I'm
are
gonna
you going to
do?
tell
Okay,
me?
okay. So
None
what
of
I'm gonna
you
do?
know
I'm
what
gonna
you're
go. Well,
talking
okay,
about.
okay. Hold on for a second. What I'm gonna do is go ahead and create an example. My brother said knowledge. He said a couple of things that knowledge is not subjective, and that truth is also the
No, I
truth
gave
being
a
subject.
quantifier.
Listen, just hold on for a second. When truth was professed to be subjective, he said no, it isn't.
I
With
said
that being
all.
said, just follow me. With that being, we heard you. With that being said, then that means that everybody knows absolutely the same thing. So we all
No,
have absolutely all agreed to a collective truth, absolutely. And there's no
that's
degree,
where
there's
you
no
getting
wiggle
at.
room for different degrees of a future understanding, whether in a past tense or present tense or future
No,
tense,
where
because we're
you
dealing with that
getting that
absolute.
from?
This is you. I gave you a chance to walk it back. Now,
Where you
do you want
getting
to
that
walk it
from? You're
back, or should I
making
go
up stuff.
further?
No, you're making up stuff. Where are you
Okay,
getting
well,
it
we'll
from?
we'll
That's
let
what
it
I'm
go. All
asking you.
right. So
No,
truth
where
is
you get
subjective.
some
Knowledge
truth
is
is
subjective.
subjective. No, some knowledge is subjective.
Right. Knowledge is subjective. No, don't we'll
No,
stay from
no,
the
no,
absolutes
no.
because you get kind of caught in a box.
No.
Right.
When you say knowledge, I don't know if you mean all or some. Quantifiers matter. So
But you
if I
already
say
said some do. No, you already said some knowledge is
no,
subjective.
I'm the one using quantifiers. You two are being psychology majors and not using quantifiers, so you can switch the context whenever you want. I am studied in logic. Neither of you two are, and you don't know what you're talking about.
But we're using Frankenstein logic, brother. If you think
Oh,
knowledge is
you
not
don't know logic
subjective, right?
at
If you think
all.
knowledge is not
You don't
subjective,
even know the
nor is truth subjective, you're going to stand on 5
you,
times 25, right? So we already established
I
earlier
gave an
that
example
we're dealing with a
as a
narrow
model.
mind, right? We can go into a narrow mind. I see you kind of going into the addressing us, personally. And I would say you have a narrow perspective, very
No,
narrow
not a narrow
indeed.
perspective.
I won't remove your perspective absolutely because your truth is as you see it, absolutely true to you, just to
No,
you. And
no,
so,
you're confused.
and I would go ahead and say this, that truth is subjective. Knowledge
So I'm
is
asking,
subjective. If you
so
step out of
is it
your
all of
bubble,
it?
you will
Is it
find that
all
out.
of it?
I'll
Is it
just stop
all
right
of it?
there. Go
Is
ahead.
it all of it or is it some of it? Because if it's not, like, is math subjective? Is
Brother,
science
no. One
subjective?
plus one equals two is objective truth. It's a universal
So,
objective
so,
truth.
so now,
That's
so
not
now again,
subjective. We're talking
if
about
some of
math.
it is and some of it's
That's
not,
brother. That's why I separated the conversation
you're
from the initial
delusional.
beginning, brother. I kept telling you, you're talking about essentialism
You are
and go ahead,
delusional.
go ahead.
You reading the psychology book like
When you
a baby.
start talking about subjective truths, right or wrong,
When you
that's
start talking
then
about subjective truth, you're talking about psychology. What's wrong with you? You don't
We're
even know
talking
the
about
field.
we're talking about knowledge and truth can apply to anything,
No,
bro.
that's psychology.
Yeah. Oh, here we.
That's
Okay.
only
Let's stop
psychology
right
that
there.
teaches that. Math doesn't teach that.
Now since you said it with again absolute tense.
Math does not
Oh,
teach
notice,
knowledge
brother,
is
that
subjective.
we're gonna do what you said because you're speaking in absolutes. Now, absolutes is false for one, and that's well
All of
separation of existing outside
all
of
of them,
change. Now,
all of them or some of
if
them.
just did you hear that
You
last statement? Did you hear what I just said? I'm gonna repeat it.
you're
Absolutes and
talking
separation.
psychology
I'm
stuff.
gonna repeat it again. I'm gonna
It's
keep
not
repeating it because that's the universal
it's
constant. It's
nonsensical.
repetitious change. I'm gonna repeat it again until you get it. That's how we learn through repetition. Absolutes of separation are false if existing outside of change.
What?
So yeah,
That makes no
the
sense.
truth with your 5 times 5 is frozen in time. It's absolute and thus dead at the end of the day. Just like your person's mind would be if you thought that way about everything else, because that's what truth applies not to just 5 times 5, but also life in
You
itself.
No, you're
And
confusing scientific
it don't just
reality.
apply to the field of philosophy, but fields beyond philosophy, and also fields that create philosophy interchangeably.
Create
See,
philosophy. How do you do that?
you have to live life, brother, and break your absolute
You're confused.
perspective.
You're
Your
science of a
perspective
different
is
day.
frozen in time. And so what you're dealing with resistance here on these calls here is that you will always find heat in nature living in a unnatural way, if you will,
Wait a minute.
to
Did you say
think like that.
always? Did you say always? Isn't that
You
a
will always
definition?
find
Isn't that
backlash
an
and
absolute?
resistance.
Always is
And
an
so
absolute, isn't it?
and
Is
so
it?
if you take well, I'm repeating your words. So if you take
No,
your
no.
logic and
I
go
didn't say
again,
none of
just
that.
follow me first. Let me get the sentence
What are you
off.
talking about?
If you go outside with your logic,
My
You will
logic.
get You go outside with the way you think. You can't build a house.
Terminology is crazy.
You wouldn't be able to build a car with your logic.
My logic. There's
Right.
no such thing as my logic. There is
5
no such
times
thing.
5 don't apply. It takes many different types of mathematical equations, many different ways to solve various equations, dealing with movement, dealing with steel, to create a moving vehicle, dealing with calculus is a math formulation, but that deals with change, trigonometry. Right.
And
This
watch
guy's
this.
funny. He's
And
real.
watch this.
Roy
It's
Chester, that's my
objective.
brother. He's my
And
brother.
watch how this is. It's objective. If
That's my
5,000
brother.
people
Yeah,
perform the same, listen, if 5,000 people perform the same test, and we all come up with the same result, will be considered something that is an objective truth, right? In math.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes.
No, it
Yes.
wouldn't. No,
Yes,
it wouldn't.
it is,
You don't know
brother.
what I'm talking about.
Yes, it is,
No, it
brother.
wouldn't.
That is an objective proof right there, brother.
No, it isn't.
It is, because
you're using
objectively you've had tests of the hypothesis come out true through several tests, knowing that we can get to a certain conclusion.
Only using science as your God. So science is your God.
Science is not my God. The natural rule.
It is.
But
no,
when you
science is your God. If you're using the scientific method as your standard,
the natural rule use science. Those
so it doesn't matter who's using
the hymn Netcha back in the day, they created it. It was called Heka.
Who cares
so
who creates it or who uses it?
Would be.
No, you're making it your God as the golden standard to judge
you're just using common sense.
No,
that's
you're
what you
using
need when you do something objectively. Otherwise, you're going with the lie.
Wrong. You're wrong. That definition is used only in science. It is not the definition used in math or philosophy.
Math is part of science.
So you're using
philosophers who would agree with the deductional statements that I'm stating right now.
You're not saying anything deductional. Science is not.
You're wrong. You're wrong in your fibbing.
No, prove me wrong.
I'll prove
you're
you
using
wrong
the
right
scientific.
I'll prove you wrong right here. Give me a few moments. You here, and this is how you should have argued your point when you were talking about Newton's law. Newton's law uses
I didn't mention Newton's law, by the way.
You talked about Newton's law and you talked about it having issues with quantum physics. Are you going to let me answer? You're going to keep trying to interrupt because you're nervous about something.
I'm not nervous about anything.
Okay, then let it go down, my brother. You'll have the floor next. When you talk about F, which is the force applied to an object, M, which is mass, and A, which is the acceleration directly proportional to that force, you have to understand that that works on the big level, works on the bigger level better than quantum physics. However, when it comes to smaller objectivity, quantum physics appears to work better than Newton's law. And Newton's law actually breaks down on the smaller point because the concept of rest mass isn't fundamental assumption in Newton's physics. It's replaced by mass energy equivalence, where mass converts into energy. Now, had you stated it like that and showed the difference between when it's applied to quantum particles as opposed to force mass, you could have shown very clearly that Newton's law does not work on the smaller levels, but you don't know what you're talking about fully, so you have a hole in your game. That's how you should have argued it. But you say science is my God. It's not. The natural rule, my God, but I know they apply to science because I know Heka made science. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so you're wrong again. Because everything that you can prove in Newtonian physics, you can prove in quantum physics. So it's not like it's one or the
wrong
other.
Again.
No, you show me what you can prove in Newtonian physics that you can't prove in quantum physics. Give me the example.
We just covered the example why Newton's physics does not bear any issue on quantum particles.
Quantum physics proves everything. You can prove everything in Newtonian physics through quantum physics. Give me an example.
We just gave you one about force and mass where Newton's law does not apply
in quantum physics.
Particles. So what you're stating is an emphatic lie at the moment, and science does not agree with you.
You're reversing my sentence. You're reversing my sentence.
I'm not reversing your sentence. You are trying to use the information I just gave you, which science
you're giving me what you're reading. difference between reading and thinking.
Well, I'll give you an example, brother. So when we talk about
It has to
ways,
be what I
hold
asked
on, brother,
for,
hold
not
on.
what you want to talk
I'm
about.
answering. Hold on, brother, I'm answering
No,
the question,
it needs to be what I'm asking you, not what
brother.
you want to make
Yeah,
up.
I'm answering the question. So when you're talking about wave functions, right? Wave functions are not facts, brother. They give you the probability of where some atom may be.
If you're gonna answer the question I asked you,
That is the difference in between quantum physics and Newton's theories. Go ahead.
I asked you to give me an example
He
of
wants an
something that you
example.
can
Let's
prove.
give him an example. Does quantum
Something?
matter
No,
fall like
hold
Newton's
on. Let me
apple?
finish.
Answer the
Let me
question.
finish. Let me
No, no,
finish
no, no.
my
You said what
question.
you said. Does
No,
quantum matter
let
fall like Newton's
me
apple?
finish
Yes
my
or no?
question. You don't understand English. You guys are
You
having
don't
problems with
understand
English.
science.
I'm not a scientist. You're right. I don't understand, but I do understand some things. I
Well,
understand
does
concepts.
quantum matter fall like Newton's apple? Yes or no?
What do you mean? Does quantum? The fact
Answer
you
the
asking that
question.
question is crazy.
Oh,
Yes,
now
it
it's
does.
crazy. Now it's crazy.
Yes, everything that you could prove in
Brother Roy
Newtonian
said.
law, everything you can prove.
Okay, we'll prove that one.
Quantum physics
does
does that.
quantum matter fall
Not
the
quantum
same
matter.
way Newton's apple falls? Yes
There
or
is
no?
such,
Very simple.
there is no such thing as quantum matter the way you're describing
Oh,
it.
knock it off, man.
And the answer is yes.
The brother making
No,
up.
it does not.
It does.
They differ in regards to energy as well. Newton's theory suggests that energy is continuous motion. Quantum physics suggests that energy is huh?
You're delusional.
Well, what
You're
is
not
illusion about the
understanding.
statement, brother? You're not even now. You're just arguing and to be arguing. You're
No,
not
I'm
even
not.
listening to, brother. So you asked the question when your questions have been
And
answered.
you never. Neither one of you.
You asked about the
Neither
differences. So
one.
now
I'm still
we're
waiting.
talking
I'm
about
asking for an
energy.
example.
Energy.
Something
I'm
that
giving you the example. Energy
no,
being
you're not
continuous.
giving me an example.
Energy being continuous motion is the example.
And that's not used in quantum physics at all. Are you sure?
No, not in that way. It's not
What do you
continuous.
mean not in that way? Is it used? Is it used in quantum physics?
Motion is not continuous in quantum physics. No,
Prove it.
I
Prove
did.
it.
I
No,
just.
you
Oh, now
didn't.
you playing games, brother. Now you just arguing, brother.
Prove it.
You've been
Give me a
debunked.
scientist that
Yeah,
says that. Give me a scientist that says that. Give me a scientist, just one, that says quantum physics cannot prove something in Newtonian physics. Everything
we just covered does matter fall like it.
Find me an expert that says what you're saying.
Roberto Onofrio, Alexander Smith, Lorenzo Viola. You want me to keep going down the list?
Give me the example.
If you're not familiar with the test, it's called testing the weak equivalence principle for non-classical matter with torsion, which is force. Are you not familiar with these events?
Is that quantum physics?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Is that
you
in
know
the
what science is, brother?
When that wave force collapse, right, and everything materializes, brother. Like, come on, brother. You kind of tweak it right now. So when we talk about Schrodinger's equation, right? Schrodinger's equation versus what? F equals what? Mass? They're two different things, brother. Yeah. They don't say the same thing.
Did I say they were identical? Did I say that? No.
You asked for me to give you an example.
You told us that everything quantum physics can prove all the Newtonian theories. And right now, there's one that's broken. We need you to fix it, brother.
No, there's none of them. All of the things that you mentioned, quantum physics does also. And then quantum physics does more than that. That's what I'm telling you.
Quantum physics does more. The question is,
wait. Listen, because according to quantum physics, right, in the Schrodinger's cat, the cat is both dead and alive at the same time. Correct?
In some interpretations, but that's the surface.
That's your theory, right? That's your science. The cat is both dead. That's quantum physics, right? The cat is both dead and alive at the same time. You're asking me for examples of differences, right? So I'm giving you this. I want you to defend it. The cat is both.
You're wrong about this. First of all,
reality.
No,
where's your proof that we're wrong? Show us that.
What do you mean? Like I'm
What do you mean? What do I mean? What you keep saying we're wrong. We need you to show where we're
you're
wrong.
not understanding. You're understanding English. I didn't say that they're identical.
English was clear. You asked for scientists, we gave you those. You asked for the differences, we showed you those. You asked for an actual example.
You're not understanding
we gave
English.
You 3. Show us
you
where
didn't
we're
answer
wrong.
any of the questions I asked you. None of you answered any of the questions I asked you. You're
putting your own audience. Y'all heard him ask us for scientists. Y'all heard me give 3. I gave specific. 5 more, right?
I asked I didn't say just say give me a list of scientists. I asked a specific.
You wanted a list of scientists who did that test and say that what you're saying is wrong.
The test?
I gave you 3.
No, what is the test? You got to give me that and the test. What did
we just gave you the test and you continue to deny the test. Now,
hold on.
Test,
what was the name?
Once again, is does quantum matter fall like Newton's apple? If you claim to know quantum physics, you'll already know that quantum matter doesn't fall like Newton's apple.
So hold on, stop right there. Does quantum matter?
Yeah, because it definitely that wouldn't be quantum physics anymore.
Exactly.
because the possibilities would be already. Go ahead, brother.
No, you guys don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
So for example, do atoms make up? Are you made up of atoms and molecules?
Don't switch and defer.
I'm not switching. I'm not switching and deferring.
I need you to answer the question we asked you, family.
And I answered it. The answer would be yes. And the reason why it's
yes. And where's your proof? Was the second part.
The reason why it's yes is because those quantum materials make up larger materials. Those quantum materials make up atoms. Those quantum materials make up molecules, which make up
atoms larger or smaller materials. You've already messed up in your explanation. The quantum world is smaller than Newton's world. Newton's world works on the larger level.
Atoms are composed of quantum material, isn't it?
You said it's the larger material.
What? I said the quantum material makes up.
You're only dealing with atoms and photons, the microscopic world. We're dealing with the macroscopic world, planets and things of that nature. It's too different.
You're not understanding English again. I'm speaking goddamn English.
But you're not speaking it well. And those sentences are not only incomplete, they're incorrect. So we need you to speak with a clear tongue.
I speak American English. What country are you guys from?
I speak American English, but I speak 8 languages.
No, you don't.
So
quantum physics, if you're speaking in quantum physics, you're speaking in probabilities.
All science is probabilities. What do you think?
No. Mathematical equations is precise.
What mathematical equation are you talking about? You said science. You said science, not mathematical equations.
Science and math.
We're talking about Newton. We're talking about Newton right now, brother. Newton is precise. It's not a probability with Newton. It's precise.
It is probability by definition. Give me a scientist that says that their theories are absolute. Give me one. Give me a professional scientist.
I won't go there, but when I said F equals MA, what kind of math am I using?
What kind of math are you using?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's calculus. I don't know if it's probably calculus.
Okay, then so it's math. It's mathematics.
No. It's using math. It's not math.
But you said it wasn't math, but we're using math.
Exactly. You're using math.
And so when he said F equals MA, that's science.
Doesn't mean you are a car, right? You use a car, you use a plane, you can use a computer. That doesn't make you the computer.
But I can conclude things by using that car that will take place if I travel in it, correct?
Not with using science, no, because science doesn't just use that. Science uses more than that. So mathematically, yes, but scientists do more than that. That's why it's not math. Math is not a science.
So then
they're doing that plus something else. They're using math, but they're doing
using hypothesis and conclusions to make differential statements.
Tell me about reasoning, right? You cannot tell me about. I study reasoning. So this is deductive reasoning. This right here is not. That's why you guys don't know what you're talking about.
You're wrong. We just made a deduction. Wrong. Yeah, you are.
No, you're not.
We just made a deduction. You claim that we can't make any deductive reasoning by driving the car. After I just asked
you don't know what deductive reasoning is. That's the issue.
Okay.
Science does not use deductive reasoning. It is inductive. That is why math is not a science. That's why philosophy is not a science. It's inductive reasoning.
I'm going to give a presentation. Is logical, isn't it?
Deductive reasoning is a specific thing, and it's in philosophy. That's where you.
And it makes sure that a premise is true, doesn't it?
Deductive reasoning, yes.
Yes, and it also makes sure that the conclusion must be true, right?
No.
Whoa. No. It makes sure that the conclusion must be true, right?
No, the way you're saying it is wrong.
That's correct.
No, it's not.
So watch this.
I'm going to give a presentation.
A fact in science is truth, and it can't be challenged. So
that's wrong.
Deductive reasoning in
science.
It isn't. You're telling us.
No, it isn't. It's not deductive reasoning. Used. I'm saying that that's not used.
Okay, I just been listening. Explain why they are wrong. Explain why what is Asar saying that is wrong, and could you help me explain your point? I mean, understand your point. Sorry.
They're conceptually wrong, so they don't understand the concepts they're talking about.
Okay, so you help me. So explain to me where the issue is in their logic.
All right, so I would like you know, in order for me to answer that, I would need some more specifics. Walk me through something that you
right.
They gave
give me something.
So
give me something specifically so I can answer you.
I'm gonna give you something. I want to see if you can.
Can you deal with the Schrodinger equation?
Yeah, I'll get to that, but let me.
But that's like kind of in the air, right? So we want to make sure he's in the box with the cat, right? So if I'm forming the basis for a hypothesis, testing is scientific inquiry, and it leads to a produced fact, such as all mammals have lungs.
And how do you know
deductive reasoning?
No, it isn't.
All right.
So the fact that that's deductive reasoning is the problem in our community.
Okay, bro.
A lot of people misunderstand what deductive reasoning is.
Okay, what is it? What is it then, Roy? You tell us what it is.
That's inductive reasoning.
Okay, you tell us what deductive reasoning is. I got it right here, and I'm sure Saul just gave you the definition, but you tell us.
No, he didn't. He didn't give you the correct definition.
Literally gave me the definition that I'm reading right now. So you tell me.
Okay. So then your definition needs to be checked. Where did you get it from?
I'm on Google right now. I'm on Google right now reading deductive reasoning, and you telling me that
I'm going to give a presentation on this, and I'm going to give a presentation on this. Right, so I
can do it right now. You don't need to. We can do it right now.
I mean to go into it right now.
You can explain right now. If you can make a presentation, you can explain right now what the issues are.
I can explain. So part of the problem is that you guys are going to bad sources, and then you're just reading stuff, and then you're taking it as gospel.
We all is.
So deductive reasoning does not require the use of your senses. So that's why you're wrong. Deductive reasoning, I could take concepts and go from a true concept to other true concepts that are correctly related, and that will guarantee me a conclusion, right? That's how deductive reasoning works. That if I start with true statements, I use rules of inference. That's not in your definition, I'm pretty sure. Rules of inference are crucial to deductive reasoning, and you need to be able to name the inferences. Right? So if you ask me, no, it's not a hypothesis. Rules of inference are specific. Like
those are hypotheses.
No, they're not hypotheses. They're rules of inference.
They're not. They're already talking about hypotheticals.
No, not hypothetical. They are rules. Just like science has laws. It's just the way they express it.
Right.
They're not hypothetical. They are absolutes. Right. So just like King J gave an example of the law of non-contradiction. It's an absolute. It's not hypothetical. It's not subjective. So there are rules of inference that are used, such as contraposition, such as aversion. Those are rules of inference. So deductive reasoning requires the use of those rules. So if you're telling me something is deductive, you should be able to give me the rules of inference that you're using.
Okay, what's propositional logic?
That's mathematical logic, and it's still not science.
That's a rule of inference, brother. What is propositional logic?
No, that's a field, right? That's a subfield.
You're trying
Propositional
to
logic.
fight, but you can't fight
No,
that.
I can prove it to you. I can prove it to you.
Is
Propositional
propositional logic
has
the rule of inference? Yes or no?
Yes, they use rules of inference.
So why are you trying to fight it, brother? You know this. You know this to be true. Stop trying to fight everything.
Listen, so he's doing all this just to come back around and make the argument that morality isn't subjective. This is what it all.
No, that's not what I said.
Like a few weeks ago.
What I said. I didn't even mention morality up here today. That's not even the conversation.
You did it early, and I think that's your whole point.
Not earlier, not
this
today.
thing around like
no.
Logic. I don't really know what that means. Everybody.
No. I never mentioned morality today. That was King J. He brought that up, not me.
So what happens with predicated logic when you have to make when you have to try to quantify something so you don't know what's going to happen?
That doesn't exist. That's not science. That's science.
Brother.
Predicate logic is not doing that.
Predicated logic a rule of inference?
They use rules of inference. It's not a rule.
Okay, then. So the predicated logic is a rule of inference.
It's not a rule of inference. It is not. There's no such thing as a rule of inference called predicate logic.
Name the rules of inference for us. Name the rules for us.
Matter of fact, I'll show them to you. Hold on. I'll even give you some of my presentation.
Name the rules of inference for us.
I can give you several, right? And I would like to show them to you. But molens, ponens, hypothetical syllogism, disjunctive syllogism. Those are rules of inference. I gave you contraposition, aversion, conversion, De Morgan's laws. Those are rules of inference. So when you say you're using deductive reasonings, I expect you to use those terms.
You talk about modus ponens. You're talking about if it rains, the ground will get wet. So you still have to have a theory in order to get the ground wet. You're using a fact of science, like I stated before, but you're skipping the first two. And one is propositional logic. The second is predicate logic.
Basically, what he's trying to do is draw a new conclusion from an old premise.
Right.
No, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
If you know what the hell you're talking about.
Sure.
Give me a second. Let me pull up my presentation.
Yeah, that's great.
Damn. Oh my goodness.
We already talked about the universalism versus existentialism.
I thought that was what the conversation was about, right?
Exactly.
No, that wasn't the conversation today. That was another. That was today's conversation.
Well, what is your point today, Roy?
My point is, I wish they would stop misusing my words because they're bringing up nothing I said. They're bringing up their own things. But since we're talking about what reasoning is, I'll bring up my presentation. Give me a second.
Christian talking about reason. That's some shit.
Yeah. So like when he's talking about rules of inference, he's suggesting that if we find one person that's a genius, then we can infer that everybody else is a genius as well.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Brother, I definitely do.
No, you don't.
Go ahead, baby.
You never stepped foot in the classroom to study this. And it's obvious.
Brother, I'm having a conversation with you, so you're showing what you actually do know and what you don't know by just how you're speaking.
Yeah, you're telling me I'm wrong.
So I gave you an example of existentialism.
You don't even
how you're generalizing everything. Like I said, I gave you an example of finding a genius, and because one person is a genius, you're inferring that everybody else must be as well. Correct?
You don't know. No, that's not what I'm doing.
It's like the rule is inferring if the premise is true, then the conclusion is true.
Has to be.
That's really what it is.
No, that's not. I'm going to show you. Hold on. That's what scientists has you believe.
No,
that's
this is a philosophical.
No, that's not in science.
Come on, man. This is a philosophical conversation.
No, it isn't.
Rules of inference are philosophical, abstract points.
Exactly. And that's the whole problem. He's trying to conflate the two.
Yeah, right, exactly. And we always have to remember, when we get into these philosophical conversations, everyone is speculating. Even Roy.
No, not.
Philosophy don't answer the question, it asks this question. He is trying to make definite statements based on abstract concepts.
Yes.
You guys are crazy.
If the fire starts, the wood will burn.
Right.
No, that's science.
And he gonna say no to that.
No, that's truth
He
versus
gonna say no to that.
That's it. That's a
called
rule of
science.
inference.
No, it isn't. What's the rule? You need to tell me the rule of inference. Name it.
It's two, brother. I gave you one of them, brother. It's called universal.
And the
That's
law
not
of
a rule of inference,
contrapositive tells you very clearly, if it rains, the ground will get wet. So if I tell you that there's a fire and the wood will be burnt, I just told you it's called the modus tollens, law of contrapositive. Are you not familiar with the rules?
You're not familiar
with
how
they work. If P
I know how
is
they
true,
work.
is
You're
true,
not
and
using it correct.
Not Q is true, then P must also be true. Did you not know
That's
that?
wrong. That's wrong.
Hey,
Say
bro,
it again. That's wrong.
He's bugging out, man.
No, you guys are trying to tell me something.
You want me to pull the rules up and show the people?
Yeah,
pull
it up. Pull it up. Yeah, pull it up.
Hey, I fell asleep for a second, and I woke up to Roy Chet fighting for his life. Yeah, he was like, "No, no, no." I'm like, "What's going on?"
You don't tell anyone.
Why you keep saying no?
Let me pull it up for my brother.
It's crazy. So I'll give you an example, right? So if the
all right, I just pulled up some for you.
So if every dog likes bones, right, and Fido is a dog, then that would infer that Fido likes bones as well, correct?
Yes.
All dogs go to heaven.
He said yes. He said yes.
Yes, that was correct.
To the
now give him the rule. Right. So go ahead.
Give me.
So that's the rule of inference. That's what we've been saying.
Name the rule of
No. Let us all go. You got the screen.
Here we go. Categories of rules of inference. Propositional logic. These rules work with whole statements, propositions, and include logical connectives such as and, or meaning that something else could happen, not, and imply something. Predicate logic, the one you denied. These extend propositional rules to include.
I didn't deny it, brother. I didn't deny it.
These rules to include quantifiers dealing with statements that involve variables and predicates. That's why I said it varies. It can be variables. It can be different. That's why a hypothesis would fall under that tree. Let's go down to the rules that you began to name. You said modus ponens. If it rains, the ground will be wet. It is raining, therefore the ground is wet. Let's go to modus tollens. If it rains, the ground will be wet. The ground is not wet, therefore it is not raining. So when I gave you the example, which is not up here, if we start a fire, the wood will be burnt. You said no. Clearly, it falls under modus tollens and modus ponens.
No, it doesn't. Hold on, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. No, stop right there.
No, because we got to clear up one more thing that you also said.
You're not letting me
syllogism. Hold up. It's a hypothetical syllogism. And when I told you a hypothesis is part of this, you said no. But clearly, a hypothetical syllogism is part of the rules.
No.
Go ahead.
Say what you said before. Give the example of modus ponens you claim to have given.
I said, if we start a fire, the wood will burn.
And is that modus ponens?
Yes.
How is it modus ponens?
No, just explain how it's not, Roy. Don't do Asad. Don't do that.
No.
Let's explain how it's not. Stop asking questions. Stop asking questions. Explain how it's not.
I asked him to explain how it's not. He clammed up. He didn't want to give us.
Explain how it's not. Don't ask questions. Explain how it's not.
I won't ask questions. Let me answer. First of all, he gave one statement, one premise. Modus ponens requires two premises. Did you give two? No, you did not. No, you didn't.
There's two sentences there. So you messing up.
Isn't.
I said, here they are. I said, if we start a fire, the wood will burn. The wood is burning.
Then you stop there. That's one premise. That's the P, then Q. Where's the P? The second premise has to be the P.
Is if we start a fire.
Yeah, but you didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
Brother. So first of all,
brother, P implies Q and P is true, then Q is true.
He only gave one statement.
If P implies Q, P implies Q and P is true, then Q is true.
Stop over talking me. That's not what that means. You guys are confused.
That is what that modus ponens. That is what that means.
No, it isn't. on. If I say to you, if A1 is a human being, then the Earth is a planet. Is that modus ponens?
No.
Why not?
Because you didn't give the cue. So
okay, so let me give you, right? I'm doing what you're doing.
He did though. He did though. Oh my God.
No, he didn't. He didn't. So he only made one statement. So I'm gonna do it now. A1, if A1 is a human being, then the Earth is a planet. A1 is a human being. The Earth is a planet. Does that make logical sense to you? Does it make logical sense? It's yes or no.
Brother, you have the first premise, the second premise. Hold on, listen, brother, listen. You have the first premise, brother. You said it so fast. I didn't give your example, but I'm giving you a perfect example, brother.
That's the example.
Premise, brother. You said modus ponens contains two premises, and I'm giving you both of the premises, brother. It's going to be two premises and a conclusion. If every dog likes bones, if every dog likes bones, that's premise one. Fido being a dog is premise two. Therefore, Fido likes bones is the conclusion. That's Q. Brother, that's F. Brother, that's F and P and Q. Go ahead.
You don't know what the frick you're talking about. Use the example I gave. I gave the exact example. Is it modus ponens? Does it make sense to you? Use the example I give. Stop over talking me and making up.
If you gave two premises in the conclusion, then yes.
I did.
Okay, then. So what's the problem?
You're not even listening to me,
brother. So what's the problem, brother? We agree with you. You gave an example of modus ponens.
Question.
So what's the problem?
It's a goddamn question. What's wrong with you? What other language do I need to speak outside of English?
Brother, it wasn't a question. You made a statement that suggested that a star did not give. You suggested that a star did not give Q.
I asked you a question. I gave you an example. A1, if A1 is a human being, then the Earth is a planet. A1 is a human being, therefore the Earth is a planet. Does that make logical sense to you?
Logical sense? No.
Yes or no? Answer that.
These are two unrelated
exactly.
points.
That's why you can't do what you're doing. Yes. Exactly. That's why you can't say, well, it's a hypothetical, it's deductive reasoning. Because if there's no connection between the left-hand side and the right-hand side, it is not deductive reasoning.
That's great.
That's correct. Yes. That's why it's not deductive reasoning. When the scientist tries to pull this crap, they're not using deductive reasoning. They're using science. It has to be a connection between the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Now, forgive me. I'm trying to find which drive I have the presentation on. So that's what's taking so long. So I got to look at another drive. Hold on. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. You guys are trying to lecture me. I should be lecturing you.
So what did Saul say wrong? I just want to know what Saul said wrong. That's all.
What he said wrong?
Yeah, he just gave you the definition. He just explained modus ponens. What did he say wrong?
He's taking that anytime you use the if-then format, it's deductive reasoning. That's why I gave the counter example that I gave. And you said, no, there's no logical sense there because the two things are not connected, which is the point. So just because I said if then doesn't make it deductive reasoning.
Okay.
Right. Cool. So that was the point.
Gotcha.
So, he doesn't understand deductive reasoning. A lot of misinformation is out there about what deductive reasoning is. So people, there's a million people that will make that mistake because they think scientists are gods in certain authorities.
I don't think it's that deep, brother.
It is that deep because there's so many people that make the mistake. Everybody here made that mistake. None of you knew why it was wrong.
Okay, what's the correct way to do that? So we don't make the mistake, right? So we don't make the mistake again, right? Because we made a mistake, apparently.
Yes.
You help us understand where we made a mistake at so we can correct it.
Right. So there are rules of how to reason correctly. It is not subjective.
So what's the first rule?
I'm trying to, if I can find this presentation, I'm going to go cover it.
So I'll help you out. So the first rule is to come up with something called a major premise, right? So the premise would be all mammals breathe air, right? Then we come up with a minor premise, right? A whale is a mammal. So then we have a conclusion. Therefore, all whales breathe air. It's the same thing, brother. We've been applying the same formula this whole time.
About
Huh?
You're just reading stuff. You don't even understand what you're.
Brother, is it wrong? We've been using the same formula this whole time
No,
we've been talking.
you don't
We've had a
understand the
major premise and
You're
a
reading
minor
the
premise
formula.
and a conclusion.
Yeah, and you don't understand the relationship that's
So you're
required.
just arguing, brother. So you don't have anything to
No,
argue about.
no, you
But
just reading.
nothing I said was wrong. Now you don't. Now you want to argue about do I
You
understand
don't,
what I read
you,
was right or wrong? Like, come on now, brother. You stop it.
exactly what I'm talking
We're
about.
talking about
You just
deduction
reading.
versus induction reasoning.
You don't know how to reason.
All apples are fruits. Therefore, an apple is a fruit.
Does it matter which order you put them? Does it matter which order you put them in?
Is that what you want to critique? Is to make sure that the order
Yes.
is right? Okay.
There's rules. That's why I'm telling you there are rules to this.
Right. So
every apple I pull from the bag is red. Therefore, the next apple I pull will be
That's not deductive.
red.
That's not deductive.
I know that's induction.
Yes, that's induction.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's induction.
Yeah, there's two types: deduction and induction. Yeah.
Right, and you tell me what you know about deduction.
It's in regards to having a strong probability being X, but not guaranteed.
No,
it's a strong probability that the next apple. It's a strong, that's what we're talking about. It's a strong probability that the next apple that I pull will be red, but it's not guaranteed.
That's induction. I said
right,
deduction.
and deduction is the opposite. All apples are fruits, right? Therefore, this is 100% certain that an apple is a fruit. What are you talking about, brother? You're not even. You're just arguing, brother. You're not even like debunking anything nobody's saying. You're just talking.
No, you're just talking. Hold on.
Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors. In about an hour, we have Minister Inky showing
Before
up
they
today.
enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Yes. Today, around 4:30, we have Minister Inky stepping in the Argument Alley. Are you not entertained? Hey, I'll be clouded. Yes, excited about that one. If you aren't subscribed over here to Titans Debate League, make sure you get your butt over here right now and subscribe so you don't miss any of this heat. It's going. 2026 is our year. Back to you, gentlemen.
Roy Chess.
I found a presentation finally. So I'm gonna give you what I have. Even though so can I share my screen?
Sure can. Go ahead.
All right, so give me a second while I work it out.
Don't put no absolutes in there, Roy Chess.
There's absolutes. I just need to.
Oh, it's funny.
I gotta the stream.
I know before you said this, no, you don't use logic. You mentioned something that's quote unquote specifically. I'm gonna call it logic. I'm gonna question your logic if you quote absolutes.
So again, the word logic is a misnomer kind of also, because there are there's different systems of logic, right? Just like if I say car, that's not telling you what kind of car I drive. It's a general category type of thing. So there are different forms of logic. So there's
keep that in mind when I question you. Figure out which type I'm using when I question yours. Figure out which type of your version of your logic I'm questioning. I'll just keep that in mind. All right. We'll save that for when I call out your absolute.
Yeah.
Or if you go to quoting concepts that's so-called absolutely separated from other related sciences like you were doing all during this call. This don't have nothing to do with that. That don't have nothing to do with this. Dude,
Well,
bro. Bro, what the hell? I'm not gonna do an ad hom, but man.
everyone, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
You can see my screen?
No, it's not.
Let me see. No, I don't see it. No.
What's that?
You haven't shared anything. I don't see it.
I'm not sharing. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to do.
Stay away from this. Don't have nothing to do with that, and that don't have nothing to do with this, and this is not subjective. Absolutely, I'm just giving you a heads up. You may be called out on that. Just be aware of that, brother.
That's fine, but if you do that, you would have to at least give me the context, right? So sometimes context matters, right?
Right.
If I say it's an absolute, then that should cover most context or all context.
You go open up another bag. Each bag will open up itself. You create a further bag. That's fine. I mean, this is a nice conversation. I'm having a good time with the family today.
So can you see it now? A1, can you see it now?
I don't see it, brother.
Is A1 there? Because he has to share it. I'm sharing. So I need A1.
He probably jumped off. So just to be clear, you're showing that there are not any absolutes in mathematics. That's what you're saying?
I'm right here. It's shared.
No.
I just didn't want to unmute, but there you go. It's on the screen.
Okay, it's on screen. All right. So this is part of the presentation I have. So one of the reasons why science is different from so-called philosophy and other is because it doesn't require the senses. Here, which I'm showing you the deductive. Can you see the mouse moving? Yes or no?
It doesn't require the
Yeah, we got you, brother. We can see everything.
You can see my mouse moving?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So I do want to point out certain things. So I want to make sure that you can see the mouse moving. So deductive reasoning can be done internally. It does not require the senses, right? So I'm not going to read everything, but you can read it yourself. And then if you have a question right now, let's cover it. You can ask whatever you want.
Wait a minute. I want to jump in here. Did anybody have a question? You asking us?
Yeah. So read what you want me to read it. I mean, you guys can see the screen, right? You can read what you see, and then if you have a question, ask me the question.
Okay, I can ask you a question right now. What conclusion can you arrive to without absolutely using any form of your senses that you can stand emphatically on that's easily provable?
That's a good question.
What? Say that again.
I'm not gonna repeat it, bro. You know what I said.
No, I don't.
You're trying to figure out a way to go around it. Just deal with the question, brother. You made a comment, and I asked you a question.
Are you asking me how can you know something is sure without using your senses?
In effect, yes.
So can I have a concept in my mind and derive truth from the concept and then apply it to reality? That's what a lot of the mathematics does. That's what some sciences do. That's the foundation of it. But the difference is that the sciences require the use of the senses. Deductive reasoning does not.
So when you deductively reason, if you're going to make a connection from a brain child, from a thought process, that's going to relate to the physical 3D world, the sensory world, the world of logic, right? We come out of the creative faculties, which is the true source of thought, true. But how can you fathom how to articulate and rationalize your truth without implication of the senses at some point? Given your absolute tense that you used earlier. You said you could think totally absolutely without no relation to senses at all. If you're going to determine the speed of light and determine the speed of sound and so forth, you had to have some preconceived notions of said concepts in your mind before you even go into experimentation. See what I'm saying? So sensory information is already in your mind. Otherwise, what the hell are we talking about here? How can you do something you don't even have proper definition and meaning and forms and functions and so on and so forth?
What you don't understand is that some of this is defined by definition.
It has to be, right.
Right, it has to be, right? So it doesn't require your senses because you have a definition.
On previous context from previous sensory you have to, because understand this. Right. You have
No,
to,
you
like you already
don't.
said it. You said it. You said that you're going to
No, I
conduct an
didn't.
experiment through deductive reasoning internally
No, there's no
based on
experiment.
preconceived notion. Go ahead.
No, I never said that.
I'm repeating what you said.
Read the screen, brother. I never said that.
We can read. Let's read the screen.
I'm not going to talk like a scientist. That's science. If you're
Let's read the
requiring
screen.
senses, if
I can
you are
read the screen for
requiring
you.
Have him
senses for
explain that
knowledge,
point on the deductive reasoning chart that he's showing.
Let's read the screen, Roy Chess. Deductive reasoning, an internal way to derive a conclusion only using available information.
right? And that doesn't
Along
mean
with
science.
right, so we got a preconceived notion set, knowledge set that's preconceived already in place.
No,
You can
What?
absolutely think of something without something already there. What are you talking about?
So
What are you talking
explain it.
about, brother? You
Explain
got to
it,
be
brother.
realistic here. That's why you don't.
no,
That's why you
you're a
don't talk in
science lover. That's
absolutes.
why you don't
Stay
understand
away
it.
from the absolutes. You won't win that.
No,
So I'm
you're
gonna
a
read the rest.
science lover. That's
Let
why
me
you
read.
don't understand it.
Let me read the
Well,
rest of it. I'm gonna read your stuff for you to help you prove your stuff. I'm trying to work with you, along with inference rules, and you
Inference.
are able to derive new information, something that's new that you did
Yes,
not begin with. Right.
yes,
And so there is no there is no use of other sources from what you are initially given.
right. So if you give me a statement, I don't have to experience. I don't have to experience the statement that you give me. I'm going to use inference rules from the statement you give me
You
and
proving my
derive.
point. Right. 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 I
But it's
agree
not
with you, but
science.
you
Isn't
indirectly
that
proving
a
the
It's not
point.
science. Where's the
hypothesis?
science?
Right. Facts.
Where's the science? I'm not
And,
using.
I'm not
I'm
gonna
not using
quagmire the conversation. I'm gonna let it flow. So I'm gonna go ahead, Roy. Just carry it out, brother. But you to see my point. You see what I'm saying?
So
Go
let
ahead.
me show you what inference rules are. All
Go
right.
ahead.
Let me see if I can find the slide for that, because they're in here.
Brother, I think you're just fighting too hard over nothing.
I'm not fighting too hard.
I think so as
Trying
well.
to fight everything. You're trying to fight your own points right now.
Right.
No, I'm not. You're
Almost.
not
Yeah. He's right. At,
understanding.
yeah. At times he defeats his
Or
own points.
or,
Yeah.
or Roy, you might be a stickler for the technicals, and I appreciate that.
That's my
Yes,
brother.
no,
Facts.
Now,
Facts.
not
That's my
technical
brother.
when he didn't want to explain the technical.
Right.
That's
I
what
wanted to hear the
I'm like,
technical.
come on, now
What? So ask your questions now that I have this up. What questions do you have? Right. So what questions did I not answer?
Initially, I asked if hypothesis was used. You told me absolutely not. And
So
now we see in your own definition, you have hypothesis usage. So explain.
did I use the word hypothesis? Did you see the word hypothesis anywhere there?
You know what hypothetical is?
I know what hypothetical is, but you're not using it correctly.
Would infer a hypothesis.
No. So let me. So here,
A hypothetical wouldn't infer a hypothesis, Roy.
No.
Okay.
Oh, here we go again.
Hold on.
The words are mutually interchangeable.
They're not. I'm going to show you why they're not.
Hypothesis and hypothetical has the same root.
In order to say hypothetical,
it has the same root word, brother.
No, I'm going to show you why.
The root is the same. Only the suffix is different.
No, Roy, help me understand that. Yeah, help me.
Help us understand, Roy.
Yeah.
Let me go through some of this. Let me go through some of the slides, and I'm going to address that. Right?
Slides full of absolutes. Slides all absolute.
I'm going to give you some inference rules in a second, and then I'm going to go to the if.
Okay.
What he's calling. Okay, so just walk with me. So do you see that inference rules are needed, right? Inference rules,
of course,
are needed. So when someone asks you about the inference rule, you should be able to rattle off the name of the inference rules, like modus ponens, modus tollens, whatever. I'm going to show you some, right? There are two kinds of inferences: immediate and mediate. So immediate means I don't need more than one piece of information. Mediate means I need at least more than one piece of information. So I don't know if you guys are going to screenshot this or whatever, but let me move on to immediate inferences, right? So these are some of the inference rules, right? It's hard to work through some of this because some of the previous slides are included in the information here.
Don't worry, Roches. What we understand in relation to the information, right? So it should be easy for you to easily just blow through this stuff, make it very matter of factual, right?
24 hours straight. My brother done went to sleep and woke back up. You got all.
Okay, so when I say E and I propositions, those are types of propositions. So let me show you what that is real quick. So do you see this? There's an A, E, I. Matter of fact, let me go.
Brother, break this stuff down, brother. You get lost in the mechanics of things. I know that you get lost in the mechanics a lot, brother.
It is mechanics. It is mechanics.
That's
why
in the mechanics, right?
That's why it's not subjective.
Roy, it looked like you put a lot of work into this PowerPoint, man. I would like to see you. I would like to, hear you speak, man. Come on.
Yeah, I used to think like this a long time ago. I used to go read extra jargon, very procedural, and man, that shit was splitting my shit in half, man.
So mathematical rules work the same way.
Roy will be coming through soon to drop this presentation. Don't worry. Stay tuned for that.
Yeah, so I'm skipping over stuff just to prove inference rules. So this is another inference rule, right? And if you could see here, I'm giving examples in the purple. How you can, if you start with a true statement,
and modus tollens. We already talked about that.
We didn't even get there. Yeah,
the way of
this is not
affirming
it.
and the way of
So what are you
denying.
talking about?
Brother, we've already talked about that.
Yeah, but this is not it. What are you talking about?
Then why are you showing it then?
We didn't talk about this. So why are you bringing that up? This is not it. What are you talking about?
Go ahead, Roy. Hold on. Let him rock. Go ahead, Roy.
Is this modus tollens here? Do you see that? It's not even an if-then. We didn't even get to the if-thens. Right? So examples that you can see clearly without other statements. You give me one statement, I can derive something just from one statement. I don't need 2 statements or 3 statements or 10 statements. So these are immediate inferences.
Oh man, here we go. Everybody's getting muddy waters again.
No, they're not muddy water. These are specifically. Do you understand what categories are?
I'm just saying that you're heading that way, brother. You're trending that way. I'm listening, Grover. Go ahead, brother.
These are categories.
Another rule.
Is this a form of fallacy?
We haven't gotten that far yet, but we're getting there, because if it's raining, you come into the conclusion that the grass is wet, but the grass is not wet, therefore it's not raining. We ain't got there yet, but go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So this is another inference rule, and did I give examples? I think I did. No, this one is complicated, so let me move on.
Break it down. I'll break down, brother. Don't skip over that.
Man, treat me like I'm 15, brother. Treat me like I am in middle school, man.
Yeah, man. We all offer truth that it's only true if it's only can withstand scrutiny, brother. Roy Chess.
Yeah.
We must understand and appreciate the scrutiny, brother. At the end of the day.
No, it would take me hours to describe like just this alone. It could take some time. It would take all of this is like 2 years worth of stuff.
No, wisdom.
A lot of this is like 2 years
worth.
The truth
is simple. The lie is complex, right? This is my brother Roy Chess. Go ahead.
I did give an example of a partial inversion. How you start with this and you end up with that.
Can you explain that?
Yeah. So I want you to understand also that I'm using a shorthand here, and I'm going to get to a better shorthand in a second. So this shorthand is this worded out, right? So instead of writing all this, I can substitute this, right? So S stands for subject, P stands for something which is called the predicate after the verb, right? So everything before the verb is going to be the subject. Everything after the verb is going to be called the predicate. So what English sentence you give me, I can put it in this kind of form. Now, the first word is going to be the quantifier. I can't start every sentence with all. There are 4 quantifiers, right? But the SRP type of thing is a shorthand, right? So what do you think is faster, me writing all SRP or all this? Would you agree that this is faster, right? So if you're debating someone, this is a shorthand. This is a preview to the shorthand I'm going to show you, because it's going to get better. But I'm just giving you the concept that you can brainstorm and not have to write out paragraphs if you have an argument, right? If you have a debate coming up and you want to present certain premises, this is a shorthand to do it. That's why I'm doing this, right? So let me move on. Contraposition, I start with this, I end up with that, right? Mathematics has another word for this. This word is, I should say, used differently. Mathematics would have you believe if P then Q, then not Q, then P, not P is contraposition.
Yes, the variable. The variable means that it doesn't have to be that first one. Go ahead.
Right, but it's a negation in both directions in mathematics. Mathematics will have you believe that this word always works, and they're using the wrong word. This does not always work in every situation. But
That
mathematics
means it wouldn't be that one, it would be a different one. Yeah.
No, the word, the concept that they're using is incorrect. And I'll get to that.
Concept that mathematicians are using are
Yes,
incorrect?
yes. So they use this same word. They use this same word.
Meaning a counter position. So that means that.
No, not counter position. No. This is the rule of inference. You can't break down etymology. The etymologies don't work. It's just the name of the inference rule.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you a synonym to the contraposition word.
Synonym. There's no synonym. It's an inference rule. We could have called it anything.
Yeah, here we go. Oh shit. We got to head into the money.
You're trying to break down the words and the etymology, and this means that. No, it's just we could have called it.
Just simplifying the long term for you, because when you talk about a contraposition, you're talking about a counter statement or a counter position, and that would mean a different position than the one they presented.
No, that's not what this means. That's not what this means.
How are you using the term?
Facts. How are you doing it, bro? Right. You got a different context, clearly.
It's the name of it's y'all trying to break it down like the words mean.
Just how are you using it?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Right here. I'm just trying to understand, brother.
It's a rule of inference. That's what I'm telling you. It's not just a word. It's a rule of inference. Y'all taking it like to word level. It's not about the word level. I could change the word. And it's the rule that matters. So if I start with
that, we could change it. Word, yeah.
No, but the rule would still apply. If I change the word to cat, the rule would still apply.
That's the word,
right?
Man.
So if I start with this, I end up with that. This does not always work in every propositional type. The mathematician,
of course not. Right.
Why
I'm
you
agreeing
say?
with you.
Why would you?
I'm agreeing with you. I agree with what you just said.
I said, of course, high five, and you're trying to say no to it. Okay.
All right. He already got the no program. I'm saying yes.
No.
He said, no, what do you mean? Why are you saying that? They do it.
Hold on. Why you agree with it? Hold on. Can you explain that all SRPs is contraposed as all non-Ps? Can you explain that to me?
Yes. Did I give an example? Hold on.
And how are you?
No, you didn't,
how are you using that term contraposed? By the way.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I gave.
This is my brother.
I'm gonna go back to that slide. Hold on. I'm gonna go back. I didn't think I'd give a physical example.
Take your time, brother.
I didn't give a physical example in an English sentence, but I wanted you to get used to the shorthand. So if I say,
how are you using contraposed? Like, are you using it by its definition, or it was just a word?
I'm using it as an inference rule, not by the definition of words. Again, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. You guys are trying to pull out a dictionary, like it's not needed.
I'm not doing it.
I was agreeing with you.
I'm just trying to understand.
So when you say you agree with me, why do you agree? Why is it not always true? Can you explain that?
Absolutes are false. That's why it's true. That's why.
No,
that's why you when you said that all you said I can't. This is what you said. You said where it says all S and P's are contraposed to all non-P's or all. I don't agree with that. That's what you said.
I'll give you an example.
And I said I agree with you.
I'll give you a perfect example, brother, about why it's not true. It says if I give you an example of all swans observed so far being white, right?
That's not deductive.
Therefore,
that's not deductive. Stop. That's not deductive. You can't use observed. You don't see anything about observed in there. Give me a subject.
How else would you be able to acquire the information if you're not looking at some kind of object?
There's no observation required. You don't.
You have to make it up. You're alive. You're a living person. How are you going to conduct a scientific experiment?
It's not a science.
You
see how mechanical you are? You see how removed from the process you are? And thus paralyzed. He was paralyzed by his own knowledge. He's actually paralyzed. You see how intellectual paralysis can render one unconscious. My brother's been hit in the head as the Eastern Stars
No,
in the
you're just
Masons
being
once said,
emotional.
which have rendered my brother quite dead. That's from the Masons, brother. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm listening.
You haven't
Go ahead.
proven one thing.
Hey, Roy.
So
What's up, panel?
It's called in the mechanics, the dimensional mechanics.
Prove to me this is not.
Peace to the panel. I mean, peace to Hootie. We got
brother.
the Hootie Afar in the building.
Hey, let me just ask Roy a question real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, can you deduce that the Prophet Muhammad or Jesus existed?
Now you distracted the whole conversation, brother. That's not even what we talking. Nothing
So
what
if
we
you're
talking
asking
about,
me-
brother.
Y'all not talking about deductive reasoning right now?
Hold on.
We are.
Somebody broke it up. I can't
Okay,
even-
Not no
so
damn religion.
that's what I'm saying.
Come on, bro.
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no. You
So
have to
Roy,
use the
can you
inference
answer that
rules.
question?
No,
It's a good
because you're
question.
not using the inference rules. You don't see Prophet
So-
Muhammad or Jesus in those inference rules. Go ahead, Roy.
That's not me. That's not me answering. Right? So
No,
if you have-
I'm waiting on your answer.
if you're to relate, right. So hold on. But see, when people ask questions like that, and especially if you're a science lover, it matters. So if you're going to ask me, does it apply to reality? Is there a way to deduce it in reality? I'm going to say maybe it's possible, but nobody. Matter of fact, somebody has done it, but people don't accept it. So if you want to look up Kurt Godel, no, it's not. It's not. Stop telling me it's a hypothesis.
Roy, why are you so less critical at this point?
Roy Chess.
Why am I so less critical?
Yeah, you're not as critical as you were talking before.
There have been
like
proofs
when
of
you
it.
talk about
There
this,
have
when you
been
start to talk
proofs
about
of it. Yes.
your
So
views.
you can deduce it. Do people accept it because they're psychology people and science lovers? No. So has it been done? Yes. That's the answer. It has been done.
But you don't think that's problematic if science can't do it? Like if you can't scientifically deduce it, then
Why do you
don't think that's problematic?
Again, you're a science lover. Why are you putting science over other forms of knowledge? There are this is a form of knowledge that's not science, and that there are no flaws in it. Science,
Are you saying hold on,
all
are you saying
sciences-
religion is not a form of science, or are you saying deductive reasoning is not a form of science?
It's not a form of science the way it's not a formal science the way chemistry is or physics is. If you're using the loose definition of science, that anything that involves the senses is a science, then all things would be part science. So some textbooks would define deductive reasoning as an art and a science, but it's more of an art. It is not a science as in experiments. There are no experiments. There are no senses required for this. So this makes it.
That's why you.
This
like
makes it.
That's why you like it.
This makes it. It's not hypothetical.
You don't really have to prove anything when you talk like this, Roy.
Can I ask the question?
Right? Pretty much.
What up, y'all? Can I ask Roy a question?
And we can't really prove it on
the Roy Chess.
You can't prove things. I'll show you proofs later. We're going to get to that. You can prove things.
Roy, are you religious?
That has nothing to do with this.
Can I ask Roy a question?
No, I'm just asking. It's just a question, though, bro.
It might.
Yes, it has nothing to do with this. It has absolutely nothing to do with this.
It's just a question, Roy. Go ahead.
I have religion.
Let me give you an example, Roy, real quick of why it might and why that's important. A Muslim will make wudu when he poots. When he poots, the air came from his behind. Yet when he makes wudu, he washes his hands, his arms, his face, and his feet. Nowhere that affected where the poop came from. That is a religious moment. Are you religious?
Yeah, but this is not religion. This is not religion. So why are you asking me?
He wasn't asking about this, Roy. He was asking about your views.
Yeah, but what?
Well, I was just wondering when can deductive reasoning apply, and when can it not? And like, I don't understand why you got to play hot potato. Like, dude, what's going on? Like, why can't we use science to?
Because this is better. this is actually better than science.
What is this, Roy?
He speaks in absolutes too.
It's used with
This is
science. It
absolutely
should be
better.
used. Roy don't even know what he. Listen, Roy don't even know what he teaching, and I know Roy don't know what he teaching because the other day when I went through my argument alley, I was telling him about a transcendental argument, and he didn't know what a transcendental argument is. Now he's trying to get up here and tell people how to formulate. He's trying to teach people how to formulate an argument, and he don't even know how to formulate an argument.
Hold on, Roy. Let him finish.
This is the most embarrassing thing I done ever seen. I knew you shouldn't have been up there talking to me the other day. How you trying to tell somebody how to formulate an argument and you don't even know the difference between arguments? This is absurd. I can't wait till I debate you. I'm gonna make you my food every time I debate you.
Yeah, with your GED. With your GED, right?
Who cares about that? That's the problem. Like, why are you? Hold on.
I think he's
in one hand. How can you flash credentials, but then when people use their credentials to try to see and figure out if Jesus existed, is not okay.
Yeah, but why are you associating that with this? That's not a deductive argument that they're using.
Roy, you said that this was better than science. Can you explain?
All Christians, that's all Christians do. They're gonna come with the ad hominems and everything when they can't prove that. And you don't even got to formulate an argument. You need to stop. If I was you, I'd stop.
Yeah, you and your GED need to learn how to take a class. Find something wrong with what I'm telling you.
Roy, how
Find
is this
something
better?
wrong with it.
What is this?
Because
how is it better? How can we apply this?
So again,
like we apply science.
Again, what do you mean? How do you what's wrong with you?
This is how to form.
Roy, I'm not attacking you. Don't go there.
How are we having a conversation about something and you claim to be listening? They have the nerve to ask me how do you apply it? I'm giving you the goddamn rules.
You said that it's better. That's a.
That's the same thing you did the other night. That's the same thing you did the other night when I was giving my transcendental argument. You didn't know what how you know how to form an argument. You didn't even know what a transcendental argument. This is absurd.
I do know what a transcendental argument is. You guys are not academic whatsoever.
A transcendental argument is about the supernatural, Roy. What are you talking about?
Roy, refrain from that language because we're talking about something that you like. When we start questioning you, then we're gonna see how academic we can be. Don't do that. I'm just asking the question. Just asking the question. How is it better? And
I gave
an
answer.
What this is, and just explain.
So again, the whole point of this conversation, deductive reasoning, right? So what the hell do you mean? How is it better? I gave you the definition of
it's better than science. So just
it is.
So how? Go explain that and stop screaming.
Dude, I'm trying to. I gave you the definition.
Just breathe.
I gave you the goddamn definition.
We're just tired of you guys. Shit.
Give him an example. This is how I know you don't know how to form an argument. You should give him an example.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Give him an example.
Facts.
He wants an example of what you're talking about.
He's not paying
attention.
Give an example.
Right.
He has to fucking pay attention to ask for an example. He's not paying attention.
I am paying. I've been paying attention.
No, you're not. You wouldn't be able to freaking form that out of your mouth if you understood the definition.
You're okay. For me to say fuck the scientific method and I'm gonna do this, why should I say? Say this is better.
Because Roy is masterful.
Are you gonna let me talk?
His work
Are you gonna let me
needs
talk?
to be respected on the highest levels, and it needs to be understood regardless of your.
Are you gonna let me talk?
Go ahead.
So you science lovers have a bias. This is better.
Everyone has a bias. I have a bias.
Stop.
Okay, gentlemen,
we all do.
I have to jump in the middle of this discourse. I have another show coming up in about 15 minutes. Go ahead and run the ad for that so you don't miss it.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Only here on Titans Debate League in about 15 minutes. If you aren't subscribed, get your butt on over here. I know JJ7000 is streaming to his channel. He's got about 10 people over there watching. Get on over here, youtube.com/@Titans Debate League. You're not going to want to miss this one. You can call in with your questions and hold Minister Inky's feet to the fire. So, yeah, it's going down only here on Titans Debate League. Let's do a closing remarks from everybody. Let's start with who's right next to me. Roy Chess, we'll let you start with your closing remarks instead of ending with
Roy Chess.
Well, there's things that I want to bring to the table because obviously there's ignorance about this in the community, and I want to at least expose you to these things, these concepts. I don't care if you agree with them. I didn't invent them. Okay, so it's not like I invented them. It's not like Roy made this up. It goes back to Aristotle. So, and then after Aristotle came mathematical logic. All logic is not mathematics. People will say that. That's misinformation. So this is where the mathematical abbreviations will come in. And I will give you, this is what the form, this is why it's not subjective. There's a format that you're supposed to follow, right? This is what a proof would look like if you did it. It's not subjective. Now, people can argue about if your premises are true or not. That's different, right? That's going to happen if you have an argument, right? This is another example. Like, that's not the same as this, right? That looks different. The lines here represent something specific, right? So the line here, this like L shape is an assumption. That's what that means in mathematics, right? So everything under that doesn't have a line is derived. And these are the inference rules, right? They're abbreviated here, but they're inference rules. This is another example. The inference rules abbreviated again, but this is what a mathematical proof looks like. So this is the argument here. This is the conclusion. This is the proof of it, right? And then you will see in math, the QED maybe. That's what ends the proof, right? So let me give you some of the rules that so-and-so was talking about.
This is a closing, not another presentation.
Yeah, I know. So
Okay.
I'm just going through that. The presentation is going to show you some things that you probably have not seen before because you haven't studied it. So, your feelings are one thing, but don't deny information because you and your feelings. And I'll end with that.
Hey, next, let's go to Ben Eaton. And before we go to Ben, let me go ahead and sneak an advertisement in for him. He's got a debate coming up this Saturday here on Titans Debate League.
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. 2 intellectual warriors, 1 explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eaton, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eaton steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowering demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments. Titans Debate League.
this Saturday, prime time. Don't miss it. Go ahead. Closing remarks, man.
Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. Peace to everybody, man.
Peace, brother.
Roy, I'm only say this, brother. I wish you were as critical to your views, outside of this as you were today. And I think that would spark a great conversation. But again, peace to everybody, man. You guys are awesome.
Thanks, man. You too.
Next, let's go to King J.
Appreciate it. Definitely enjoyed the panel. I'll keep it short and sweet. Basically, in regards to deduction, the problem that I have with that is basically this. If you start with a faulty premise, you will end with a faulty conclusion 100% of the time, every time. So
No, you won't.
that's what I'm
No,
going
you
to do.
won't. You don't know what you're talking
Stop the applause. Go ahead.
You don't even
Let
know
him
what you're
finish.
talking about.
No debates, just closing remarks. Now let him get it out. But go ahead, King J. We do have some.
Nah, that was it. That was it. I
That's
just
it.
wanted to make it short and sweet like that.
Okay. Next, let's go to Hootie down there. You muted too.
Hotep.
Hotep.
Hey, just real quick, Roy, you I can agree with you with deductive reasoning and how it is useful to bring up how to use deductive reasoning, but at the same time, like I didn't see any like things that were really useful out of that. You know what I'm saying? And while the conscious sector does need improvement, I just find it like illogical for like a religious person to try to put themselves on a pedestal and be scientific, but then have disdain for science when it comes to like things that pertain to their religion. So that's all.
I never mentioned religion. So why do you keep bringing it up?
L. Ron Thugger. It's on you. Closing remarks. You're muted.
L. Ron.
Yo. Yeah, I just like to say I came to the panel late. I was, however, watching on the live. What I got to say is that Roy, you was right. I did get my GED at 17. I did, and I then proceeded to help 138 grown men in the Oklahoma Department of Corrections get their GED before I got out. When I got out, I went to college for 3 years. I went into philosophy 101, philosophy of science and philosophy of religion. So y'all listen, just in case you got a GED, don't mean you can't go to college. I went to college at Southwestern Oklahoma State University.
That's right.
I'm going to tell y'all something that I know for a fact about Roy. He is a Christian who believes in God and doesn't know how to form an argument. I know this because the other night he was trying to talk to me and he was telling y'all the same things just a while ago. Don't try to take him out of what he's arguing. He knows this from simply because of me. Now, in philosophy, an argument isn't a fight. It's about structure and reason that supports a conclusion. You build it like this. First, you state your conclusion cleanly, and then you list your premises. It's easy. Roy is trying to throw y'all a curve. I don't know why you want people to think you're more intelligent than you are, bud. But I'm gonna tell you right now, because I'm part of the league, and I don't know if people have like, rivals and things to debate with. But the way that you came at me the other night, and then how you come up here with this, you are my rival.
Set it up, they want.
You're delusional, bro. Everything I say could be found.
Sound like we got some.
Sound like we got one. I don't know if Roy Chess is a debater, but we may have to set that up here in the coming weeks. So
I end up, man. Roy don't know how
to
to
be in touch.
form no argument, and I'm gonna eat him for food if he ever debate me on anything.
Let's go. I want to start Roy Chess out with this presentation though, because I like some of what he had. I think everybody should hear him out first.
And I land my helicopter. I didn't even need a plane.
Yeah, I think everybody should hear him out before we, just jump
You're
on
gonna
him.
need Jesus.
Be looking for that presentation coming up. Yeah, Roy, you got my phone number. Please call me later tonight or tomorrow so we can get that scheduled. And last but not least, OG over here, Asar M. Kai.
Thanks, family. Back.
Since I'm OG, I'm gonna go back to a record that Public Enemy played back in the day when my brother Professor Griff, shout out to him. He said, "You so complex, you can't even figure your damn self out." Sometimes we get a little too complex in this community. I asked my brother, real simple. I said, "Hey, when it comes to Newton's information, since you proposed it, are you familiar with what's wrong with it on the quantum level?" He said no. Then he proceeded to try to tell us we were wrong concerning what was right with it. So he's convoluted at the moment. What I asked him was real simple. I said, "Does quantum matter fall like Newton's apple?" And it doesn't. Every scientist knows that, or at least most of them do. He says he knows some that do not. So that would be incredible to see. We covered the force, mass, acceleration theory. And then we also showed how that has an issue when it comes to quantum mechanics. The other thing was when it came to just the basic deductive reasoning model, he didn't even recognize the components when we were discussing them. So it's one thing to speak on them, it's another thing to understand what you're looking at. And
bro, I have a presentation.
I believe you, brother. So when we're talking about these things and I go right to the point, it says if it rains, the ground will be wet. The ground is not wet, therefore it is not raining. And then I ask him in the same, it's basically the same parallel. I say, if we start a fire, the wood will burn. Therefore, the wood is burning. He said, no, that's no good. And this is what happens when you get.
I explained why. I gave an example why. I explained why.
Shout out to Roy because he will say it with his chest.
Shout out, Roy.
And I did forget Brother Sadiq. My apologies, Brother Sadiq. Closing remarks for you, Sadiq Rye.
Roy Chess. What'd you get a
degree in, Roy? What's your degree in?
Hold on, Trinity.
Let's dig
I wait. A1. I wait. Go ahead, guys.
Oh, my bad, man. I didn't.
Go ahead.
I was just wanted to ask Roy. I was just curious. What is your degree in?
It is in philosophy. So how are you questioning me?
That's a day.
All right, we gonna get to it this week, gentlemen.
You must think you use your degree in I don't know how long you.
Right.
There's no way. There's no way that you got a philosophy degree and don't know how to form an argument.
Tighten up. I gotta end the show, gentlemen.
Okay, I just say one sentence. I say one sentence. Peace to the panel. Thanks, A1, for having me on, brothers. Appreciate all the family on this panel, man. Roy Chess, keep doing what you're doing, brother. Until next time, brother. Be safe. Love. It's all love, always.
No, don't rush your ending. Go ahead, dude.
Oh, you want me to go?
I
don't want to do the. You don't want me to do? Okay.
You close
Roy Chess.
Close
like the host.
With your thoughts. That's
Roy Chess. Always be blessed. Send many blessings your way, brother. You know, I converse with everybody, brother, from many walks of life. And for that very reason, I've learned just a little bit from each individual. Whether I consider them ignorant or wise, I learn from both sides, no absolute. And so this is the means by which your intellectual prowess advances to the level, hence likened to locomotion. See, that we find in the mechanics, which you got lost in. We know that's when understood properly, this is the same mechanics, but from an engineering standpoint, that makes the car move down the street. Because it is the imbalance in each of our perspectives, relative in subjective truths that we all stand firm on, only in seeming absolute. With if you just worship your own perspective, that's the only form of absolute. But wisdom ensues and reigns supreme, where understanding is the end game goal. And so with that being said, like into those pistons in that motherfucking V8 5.0, it's the imbalance or the difference in perspectives that actually make the engine move forward. Keep that in mind. Stay away from all of the absolutes. I heard a lot of fallacy flaws in this motherfucker from my understanding. And when you were saying that this field of study don't have nothing absolutely to do with that this don't have absolutely nothing to do with this and all of this kind of shit. Don't take anything that nobody said on here. This is my last statement. I don't take anything anybody said on here to heart or whatever. It's just that multiple perspectives have an issue with your reasoning, so to speak. Yeah, the terminology is what it is. Okay, we can learn. We don't know. I don't know everything, so we can look at the terms or whatever. And if I offended you, man, hey, take it, throw it away. You my brother at the end of the day, bro. Whatever I say, you don't anybody. If I don't believe and subscribe, that's fine. Throw it away on the garbage can on the way out the door because you still my brother, and you are also Roy Chess at the end of the day. Absolutes and separation are false of existing outside of change. Have a nice day.
With that being said, peace to everybody. We're going to end with the song by Connie's son called Same Heart. I usually check him out on Spotify. You can go ahead and he's on all music platforms. Head on over to his Facebook and tell him A1 sent you. And again, this is Connie's son, Same Heart. And you know what? Before we get out of here, I feel like I should sneak one more ad in for Inky. We got Inky coming up in about 5 minutes. Let me go ahead and get that Inky ad up real quick.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in. You've got to fight your way in, where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
And if you're not subscribed, the button over here right now. youtube.com/@Titans Debate League. Only here on Titans Debate League, Argument Alley with Minister Inky in about 5 minutes. And we're going to end with that song that I promised you, Connie's son, Same Heart. And remember my motto, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. Peace.
Down for whatever, how the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never holding it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be any day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mentor, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss her. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never holding it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hate, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chatter. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in frontin'. I told younger nigga make him something, you told younger nigga take him something, and he the one that took that from his cousin, and that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother, even through it all still know I love you, but every second I think I trust you. I'm smart in the game, you made it hard in the game. I'm loving, I started the lane, I'm hard as they came. Melody target they brain and they draw like a martyr with flame. How far I done came, you was not part of the blame, you was just part of the strain. game. You was so grimy that niggas ain't wanna come fuck with me, but that's just part of it. And I'm the one taking the blame for it. They the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it. Till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating. You gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking. You gon' pay for the time that you hit on women. You pay for the time that you flipped on family. We was together, down but whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never honed in the level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart.